Chapter 383. Since they were going to take the treasure, they naturally had to hide their identities. It would be troublesome if they were discovered. Therefore, Yunjioge disguised herself as the towering man Zishang had killed. If they were discovered, it would cause a civil war in the Central Plains. Zishang seemed to have gotten some inspiration. Purple light flashed and he turned into a middle-aged scholar. He held a ruler filled with evil spirits. It was the Lu's sister's enemy, the wicked old monster. Good move. Yunjioge gave a thumbs up. Even if the wicked old monster could leave the ruins alive, he would definitely be hunted to the ends of the earth. Let's go. Zishang saw that Yunjioge couldn't forget about the wicked old monster. He wanted to help her fulfill her wish. But for safety's sake, Zishang put on a black robe and stuck an advanced invisibility talisman on Yunjioge. Then, he left the teleportation formation and returned to the Skyland. There were two groups of people standing in the center of the Skyland. Old Lady Shi was on the left, while Old Demon Wan was on the right. Old Demon Wan, we haven't taken the treasure yet. If we fight to the death now, won't it benefit others? Old Lady Shi's dragon-head walking stick emitted a black mist that enveloped her people. What do you plan to do? Old Demon Wan's red hair danced in the air. He held two fiery rings in his hands, emitting waves of heat. Even his people didn't dare to get close. We'll take turns and take the demonic tripod first. Old Lady Shi already had a plan. It belongs to whoever gets it. Old Demon Wan squinted his slightly red eyes. Even if I tell you that, you won't believe me. Let's take the demonic tripod first. It belongs to whoever gets it. Old Lady Shi didn't want to play tricks. Old Demon Wan wouldn't believe her anyway. Okay, we'll see after the demonic tripod comes down. Old Demon Wan agreed. They were all familiar with each other. Even if they couldn't fight in the ruins, they could fight outside. It was better than fighting to the end and getting nothing. In that case, you guys go first. Old Lady Shi said and retreated 10 feet with her people, giving Old Demon Wan the wilderness. Old Devil Wan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately got his subordinates into a defensive formation. Then, he slapped his spirit beast bag and dozens of red shadows flew out, turning into various fire-type spirit beasts. There were 12 lizards in the outermost circle, 6 fire-striped snakes in the innermost circle, and a fire jade spider in the middle. It had a fiery red body, white slender legs, and demon patterns clearly visible. It was actually a 5th-rank demon beast, close to the gold core stage. Go! Old Devil Wan ordered. The flame jade spider opened its mouth and ate all the offerings around it. Then, it spat out countless rays of red and white light into the sky. When the light landed on the demonic tripod, it turned into a tough spider web and bound the tripod tightly. Pull! Old Devil Wan poured a bottle of fiery red pills into the fiery jade spider's mouth, and the fiery jade spider pulled the spider's silk backwards. Waves of fluctuations came from the quiet sky. The fiery clouds were shattered, and countless black flames fell down. Protect! Old Devil Wan threw out a fiery ring. It turned into a red halo that protected everyone's heads, swallowing all the falling black flames. The fiery jade spider retreated step by step. The huge demonic tripod shook violently and left the sky bit by bit. Grandmother. Yu Sha grew nervous. Granny Shi's lips curled up and she said softly, "It's not that simple." As soon as she said that, the rain of fire grew heavier. The halo's capacity was limited, so Old Devil Wan had to throw another one up. The fiery jade spider's body was blood red. It became more and more difficult to move back, and the red and white spider silk tightened. Old Devil Wan was extremely nervous. He poured another bottle of pills into the fiery jade spider's mouth and forced it to continue retreating. The fiery jade spider retreated a few more steps with difficulty, but the red and white spider's silk suddenly broke. The demonic tripod returned to the spear, shaking off countless red flames. The fiery jade spider wailed and lay on the ground motionlessly. It suffered a strong backlash, and its organs were injured. It died instantly. Old Devil Juan looked at the demonic tripod with a livid expression. He had used a secret technique to make this fiery jade spider grow, but he still couldn't get the demonic tripod down. What a pity. Just a little bit more. Granny sure sighed and shook her head. She really hoped that old Devil Juan could get the demonic tripod down. That way, she would have a better chance to snatch it. Old Devil Juan didn't say anything. He retreated to the side with his people and stared at Granny Sure. Granny Sure went up with her people and released 2 rainbow-colored silkworms. They were only level 4, but they were stronger than the fiery jade spider she had just matured. The rainbow-colored silkworms spat out 2 beams of rainbow light that wrapped around the demonic tripod. With one pull, the demonic tripod was pulled out of the sky. The sky shook, and countless rain of fire fell crazily. Granny Sure and the others couldn't resist in time. Many were burned by the fire. Old Devil Juan, if you keep watching like this, you can forget about getting the demonic tripod forever. Granny Sure pretended to take back the rainbow-colored silkworms. Old Devil Juan hesitated. In the end, he felt that the demonic tripod was more important. He ordered his people to help Granny Sure and the others resist the rain of fire. Zishang and Yunjoga waited quietly on the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Just then, a childish voice sounded beside Yunjoga. "Master, is that you? You finally found me." "Master." Yunjoga had thought it was a treasure-seeking scorpion, but the voice was very clear and didn't sound like a treasure-seeking scorpion. Following that, her mind buzzed, and her divine sense was pulled into darkness. "Mistress." A chubby black-skinned mouse ran towards her from afar. "Pippy Mouse, where did you go?" Yunjoga was about to go up. Pippy Mouse started to transform as it ran. In the end, it turned into a chubby, soft, and cute 5-year-old baby. The baby was chubby and had soft black short hair. His skin was white and tender. He wore a fitted black suit and was very cute. However, there were 2 short horns on his head. Demon. Yunjoga was so scared that she wanted to turn and run. "Sob sob sob, master, don't abandon me. I'm not a demon." The baby rushed up and hugged Yunjoga's thigh tightly. "I'm your artifact spirit." "Since when did I have a demonic artifact spirit?" Yunjoga said, but she still stopped running. When it came to treasures, she had always been very tolerant of them. "Sob sob sob, I wasn't a demonic artifact. It's all that perverted Wan Sha's fault. He refined me into a demonic artifact." The baby continued to cry. "Wait, who is Wan Sha?" Yunjoga frowned. "Where did this person come from?" "Wan Sha is a big bad guy." The little baby pouted his red lips and said fiercely, "Even if he used to be your lover, I still hate him. He dared to seal me in this damn place. It was not easy for me to run out with a bit of my divine sense and possess the black-skinned mouse to find you. Unfortunately, that black-skinned mouse was too weak and could not communicate with you." "Wait, you said Wan Sha was my lover. Then who is Zishang?" Yunjoga asked. Currently, Zishang was the only one she had an affair with. "How did another Wan Sha appear?" "Lord Zishang is your guardian. In the words of the human race, he's your wife. Wan Sha is just your lover." The little guy's words were shocking. Yunjoga was shocked. Chapter 384. What wife? What lover? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare he slander her reputation? She would beat him to death. I'm not talking nonsense. It's true. Wan Sha, that pervert, couldn't find you, so he captured me and refined me into a demonic artifact. He even said that you would like me like this. Sob, he must be lying. I'm a medicine puppet that you personally made. How could you dislike the old me? The little baby started crying again. Yunjoga's head hurt from the baby's crying. Just as she was about to ask him more questions, her head buzzed and she regained consciousness. What's wrong? Zishang looked at Yunjoga worriedly. Nothing. Yunjoga couldn't tell Zishang that she'd met a child out of nowhere and said that the child was her wife and that she had a perverted lover. Zishang looked at her coolly and didn't continue asking. Instead, he pointed outside and said, "They're about to succeed." There was a rain of fire outside and all kinds of spirit lights flashed. Madame Sher and old Demon Wan stood at one side and focused on driving the spirit beasts. At the crucial moment, old Demon Wan had released a fire jade spider to pull the demonic sky tripod with Madame Sher. The demonic sky tripod had been pulled out of the sky. The color pattern was very similar to Yunjoga's bronze tripod, but it looked more advanced. Yunjoga immediately threw the strange baby to the back of his mind and prepared to attack. Zishang's fake ruler glowed faintly. He was already aiming at the demonic sky tripod. At this time, the demonic sky tripod suddenly spat out countless sparks and broke free. Then, it turned and leaped towards Yunjoga. Yunjoga's eyes widened as he looked at the round little cauldron, which was glowing with a fiery light. Then, the little cauldron pounced at him with an expression as if it had found its baby. Zishang reached out and grabbed the tripod. The remaining sparks broke the invisibility talisman on Yunjoga. Even Zishang was revealed. Yunjoga was stunned. He'd wanted to be an Oriole but had been exposed early. Wouldn't he become a target? Madame Sher and old Demon Wan looked in shock at the two black-robed people who suddenly appeared in the corner of the screen. Demonic tripod. Yu Sha screamed. An ominous glint flashed across Granny Sher's eyes. She slammed her walking stick down hard, and a black flood dragon's soul flew out, baring its fangs and claws at Yunjoga. Zishang tossed out the disciplinary ruler in his hand and a purple mist burst forth to bind the black WIRM. Next, he picked up Yunjoga and ran toward the teleportation portal. The black flood dragon seemed to be extremely afraid of the purple mist. It shivered and flew back into Granny Sher's walking stick. Old Lady Sher was shocked. She used a real flood dragon, which was incomparably strong and sharp. How could it be scared away by a mere purple mist? How was this possible? Put those things down. Old Devil Wan roared as he threw out the two red rings in his hands. His rings had just absorbed a large amount of fire rain, turning into two dark red fireballs that were incomparably ferocious. The surging heat waves caused the air to distort. Zishang Zhao didn't even turn his head. Two purple spirit arrows shot at the dark red fireball, and two clouds of purple mist burst out to block the attack. Old Devil Wan was infuriated too. He made a hand seal and detonated the two dark red fireballs. The violent, huge, and terrifying shockwaves caused the entire inner hall to tremble. Zishang Zhao held Yunjoga and turned around, holding her tightly in his arms. The powerful shockwaves broke through Zishang Zhao's protective purple mist, sending him and Yunjoga flying. Zishang, are you okay? Yunjoga wasn't hurt by the shockwaves, but she could feel the terrifying power. Zishang wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Without a word, he carried Yunjoga and rushed into the teleportation portal. Yunjoga placed the spirit stones on it as fast as she could. The portal lit up. By the time Granny Sher and old Devil Wan brought people over, the portal was already empty. On a barren mountain 50 miles away from middle ground. Yunjoga walked out of the teleportation portal weakly. Zishang followed behind him, holding the demonic tripod. He turned around and destroyed the portal. This is the treasure from the ruins. Yunjoga looked at the bronze tripod in Zishang's hand. Yes. Zishang nodded and said, there's a space for growing herbs inside. In the future, if you want to detoxify, you can cultivate your own herbs. Yunjoga's eyes lit up. The 9-stage bone shatter poison in her body was like a chain wrapped around the wound on her neck. If she could remove this chain, her cultivation would definitely be faster. But how did Zishang know there was a space inside the demonic tripod? Master it. Zishang tossed the bronze tripod to Yunjoga. There was no joy on his handsome face. Instead, it was cold. Yunjoga hesitated. This is the demonic tripod. Will it hurt me? No, it won't hurt you. Though Zishang looked very familiar with the tripod, he didn't say anything else. He just told Yunjoga to make him master. All right. Yunjoga thought of the cute baby she'd met in the ruins. Perhaps it could give her an answer. So she bit her finger and dripped blood onto the bronze demonic tripod. The demonic tripod flashed. It couldn't wait to recognize her as its master. Yunjoga's sea of consciousness entered the demonic tripod. What she saw was a vast field. A spirit spring surrounded it and the spirit chi was very rich. Master, I knew that you would save me. A child's voice sounded. Then the horned baby appeared before Yunjoga. It's really you. Yunjoga pursed her lips. Honestly, she didn't have a good impression of it. Master, I'm your most loyal artifact spirit. How can you dislike me? The baby sensed Yunjoga's displeasure. He pouted and was about to cry again. Stop crying. Yunjoga's head hurt when she heard him cry. She quickly asked, do you know Zishang? Of course, I'm just sealed, not destroyed. The little baby pouted, looking insulted. How do you know him? Yunjoga asked again. Because you know him, of course. The baby tilted his head, looking innocent. Then how do you know me? Of course, it's because you are my master. The little cute baby blinked his eyes. Wasn't it a matter of course to know his own master? I don't know you at all. How can I be your master? Yunjoga immediately felt a headache. Was the way she asked the wrong question or was the baby an idiot? Master, you lost your memory after reincarnating. It's normal that you can't recognize me. The baby finally gave an answer that Yunjoga was interested in. Chapter 385. Reincarnation. Do you mean that I was your master in my previous life? Yunjoga continued to ask. It can't be my previous life. The little baby counted his fingers and said with some uncertainty, it seems like it was 10,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. It's too long, I don't remember. Something that happened 10,000 years ago. Yunjoga couldn't even remember what happened before she transmigrated, let alone the history from so long ago. Yes, Master used to be very powerful. Everyone was afraid of you. The little baby had a face of nostalgia. Then, he touched the little black horn on his head dejectedly and said hatefully, if it was in the past, Wan Sha definitely wouldn't dare to bully me like this. Who is Wan Sha? Don't talk about lover anymore. I want specific information, identity, age, appearance, and cultivation. Yunjoga thought of Zishang saying that the owner of the ruins was his enemy. Could it be this Wan Sha? I can't say. Wan Sha set up a restriction unless you can remove his restriction. The little baby looked pitifully at his extremely weak master in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that the aura was very familiar and the taste of the blood was very pure, he really couldn't believe that his master, who was once so powerful that all races were afraid of him, would actually be so weak. The chi refinement stage was even weaker than an ant. His poor master. Then I'll go ask Zishang. Yunjoga had already developed the habit of looking for Zishang whenever he didn't understand anything. Don't. You must not mention Wansha in front of Lord Zishang. He will go crazy and kill people. Maybe he won't even let you go. The little baby was so scared that his face turned pale and his hair stood up. How is that possible? Zishang would kill her. What kind of joke was this? Please, which man is willing to share his beloved woman with others? You are so weak now. Lord Zishang can strangle you with one finger. Don't look for trouble. The little baby was really anxious. His voice was as sharp as a hen that was being strangled. He was a little hysterical. Did I really have an affair with that Wansha in the past? Yunjoga looked suspiciously at the adorable little baby. In her heart, Zishang was perfect, domineering, strong, and fierce. Which man could pass over him to seduce her? The little baby was probably stimulated by Yunjoga's gaze. He stamped his feet and shouted, not just Wansha. Master, you used to have a lot of lovers, okay? The human clan, the monster clan, the beast clan, the spirit clan, the devil clan. How is this possible? Yunjoga's eyes widened. Even if she was the founder of the Joyous Union sect in her past life, it was impossible for her to sleep with all the races in the world. It's true. Master, you used to be the continent's most valiant and honorable goddess. Every race had to offer you their most powerful and charming male. Lord Zishang is the strongest male among all the races. You admire him the most and even conferred him the title of guardian. When the little baby talked about the glorious deeds of his master in the past, his little chest immediately puffed up, as if he was proud of it. Yunjoga was now sure that this cute little kid must have recognized the wrong owner. What goddess? What lover? What offering from men? It was all a mess. Based on Zishang's attitude towards her in the past, it was more like she was his tribute. Yunjoga was completely disappointed with the little baby. She decisively changed the topic and asked the little baby, I heard that the space here can grow spiritual objects. Yes. Master, you used to like alchemy and medicine the most, so you specially made a medicine garden. As long as there is enough spiritual power to support it, it can accelerate the growth of plants. The little baby immediately nodded. Later, I will bring in a few dark spirit flowers. You can take a look at me. Yunjoga needed not only the soul-shocking grass but also 100-years-old dark spirit flower to get rid of the third layer of poison. Okay. The little baby patted his chest, indicating that there was no problem. After being sealed for so long, he finally got the attention of his master. He must do a good job. By the way, what's your name? Yunjoga still didn't know the little baby's name. My name is Menghua. This is the name that master personally gave me. The little baby pouted, feeling sad that his master had forgotten his name. Okay. Although this name was very similar to her style of naming, she would never admit that she was its lecherous owner based on this point alone. Master Zishang is calling you. Go out now. Remember, don't mention Wansha's name, the little baby quickly said. Yunjoga didn't deny it. Her divine consciousness left the demonic tripod and returned to her body. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Zishang right in front of her. He was observing her without blinking, his hot breath on her face. What are you doing? Yunjoga was shocked and subconsciously stepped back. Zishang grabbed her waist and let go after stabilizing her. He asked casually, "You were in the demonic tripod for so long. What did you ask?" "I just chatted with the artifact spirit inside." Yunjoga thought of little Meng Hua's advice. In the end, he did not ask about Wan Sha. Instead, he tactfully said, "That artifact spirit was chubby and quite cute. I forgot to ask what its name was." Zishang looked at Yunjoga deeply and said, "It's called Meng Hua. Although it's a bit stupid, it's quite loyal to you." Holy **T, Zishang really knew that artifact spirit. Yunjoga laughed dryly. Meng Hua is quite suitable for him. Let's go. There's more than one teleportation array in the ruins. Those 2 golden core cultivators will escape. Let's get out of here. Zishang clearly didn't want to discuss this. His handsome face was gloomy. Okay. Yunjoga thought of old Demon Wan's crazy look and felt that they wouldn't let her go. She walked to Zishang's side and smelled a faint smell of blood. She quickly reached out to pull him. "Are you hurt? Don't touch me." Zishang reflexively dodged Yunjoga's hand. Seeing Yunjoga's shocked expression, he added, "I'm fine." He just suddenly remembered something bad. Although it had been a long time, thinking about it still made him feel pain. Oh. That's good. Yunjoga nodded randomly. She didn't even know how to look at Zishang. Could it be that what the little baby said was true? Had she really scummed Zishang in her previous life and gotten a bunch of lovers? But that was in her previous life. If he had the ability, he should have transmigrated back to deal with that scum. Why was he venting his anger on her in this life? Yunjoga thought of the first time she met Zishang. His flirtatious look was because he thought of her as his lover in her previous life. That was why he had teased and touched her. Now that he realized that she was different from the lover in her previous life, he regretted it and became cold. Damn, if that was the case, she was the scum. Chapter 386. Deep in the ruins, old Demon Wan and old Lady Shir stared at the teleportation formation. No, the people over there have already destroyed the teleportation formation. Yusha squatted down to check the teleportation formation and shook her head. Did you see who those 2 men in black were? Old Demon Wan said through gritted teeth. I think they were 2 middle-aged men. I've seen that ruler before. It belongs to an evil old monster from Yinling Mountains. They're at the middle stage of the foundation building realm, someone said immediately. Find him as soon as we get out. Old Demon Wan wanted to kill them. Old Lady Shir gave the same order and parted ways with old Demon Wan with her granddaughter, Yusha. Grandmother, are we just going to leave like this? Yusha was unwilling. They had spent so much effort to open the ruins and many of their men had died. It would be a great loss if they were to return empty-handed. The Savage Corp's secret realm was about to open. She was hoping to get a few treasures to protect herself. Silly girl, the demonic cauldron is gone, but there are other treasures. Let's split up and search carefully. We might find something. Old Lady Shir did not believe that she could not find other treasures in such a huge ruin. Then let's hurry up and search before old Demon Wan gets there first. Yusha was an impatient person. She brought a few men and split up with her grandmother. She searched along the ruins but found nothing. The ruins were empty as if it had been swept by locusts. It was so desolate that it was frightening. Yusha's pretty face was flushed with anger. She kept cursing the owner of the ruins for being a stingy person. Just then, a deep and seductive voice rang in her ears, come here, come here." Yusha was in a daze. She could not help but follow the voice. After passing through a long corridor, she finally arrived at a hidden room. In the dark room, there was a stone statue of a devil of the same height. It had horns like a sheep, black curly hair like seaweed, and its long and narrow eyes were pitch black. Its sexy lips were tightly pursed. Its body was strong and majestic, covered in black scales. It exuded an evil and powerful aura. At that moment, the devil statue's eyes were shining with a strange light. Yusha looked at the devil's eyes that were filled with magic and walked towards it. The devil statue's lips curled up, its expression extremely evil. When Yusha was in front of it, the statue suddenly collapsed. A thick black aura rushed into Yusha's forehead. Yusha shuddered and could not help but close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her pupils were pitch black like a bottomless lake, flickering with the light of magic. "Goddess, I've waited for 5,000 years, and I've finally found you again." Yusha murmured to herself as the corners of her rosy lips curled into a devilish smile. Her beautiful and delicate face was covered in a layer of black light. There was a strangeness in her beauty that made one shudder. At that moment, Yunjoga and Zishang were hurrying along. "Are you hurt, or are you feeling unwell?" Zishang looked at Yunjoga's listless appearance and couldn't help but care about her. "You weren't injured, so how could I have been injured?" Yunjoga's face was cold, and he didn't even look at him. Zishang knew Yunjoga was throwing a tantrum. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm really fine. Those critical hits were nothing to me. Since you're fine, do you dare to let me have a look?" Yunjoga stopped in his tracks. His black eyes were bright and determined. "All right." Zishang gave in. Moreover, the sky was already dark, and he should find a place to rest. He found a secluded cave and set up a simple defensive formation before checking Yunjoga's pulse. Yunjoga's expression was solemn as he focused on checking Zishang's pulse. He immediately discovered that his pulse was very chaotic, and his body had clearly suffered a huge blow. Yet, he said he was fine. "Take off your clothes." Yunjoga's face was stern as he took out the thunder fire needles to perform acupuncture on him. Zishang didn't move as he stared straight at Yunjoga. "What, are you afraid that I'll rape you?" Yunjoga raised his brows. Although he was still wearing a disguise on his face, the domineering aura emanated from his bones. It was as if he was going to strip Zishang of his clothes if he didn't agree. If it was in the past, Zishang would have teased Yunjoga a little when he heard him acting like a hooligan. Now, however, he took off his clothes without a word, revealing his well-defined, perfect body. His back was filled with red marks that looked like pits. Those were the fire poison left behind by old Demon Wan's ring of fire. Yunjoga's heart ached. After inserting the needles into Zishang's body, she injected spirit energy to force the fire poison out. However, Zishang was now at the golden core stage while she was only at the 7th stage of chi refinement. Why was she so weak? Yunjoga felt defeated for the first time. "Don't be sad, I'm fine." Zishang stood up slightly and turned to comfort Yunjoga. His eyes were filled with gentleness. "Which eye of yours saw that I'm sad? Lie down." Yunjoga pressed Zishang back and continued to insert needles into him. "Circulate your spirit energy according to the order of my needles and force the fire poison out together." Zishang didn't make a sound. Actually, his body was strong. Even if he ignored this injury, it would be forced out sooner or later. However, Yunjoga was obviously in a bad mood. Zishang tactfully didn't continue to provoke her. Instead, he began to circulate his spirit energy according to her instructions. A little red fire poison was forced out. When it dripped onto the floor, it immediately emitted a faint white smoke. Yunjoga's face was tense as if she was angry with someone. The thunder fire needles were fast and accurate. The two tender green leaves on her body also emitted a faint green light. They followed behind the thunder fire needles to repair themselves. In less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zishang had forced all the fire poison out. That strong and broad back returned to its original state. His white jade-like skin glowed with a moist light. It made people want to touch it just by looking at it. Yunjoga knew how smooth and soft Zishang's skin was. It was like fine silk. Touching it was simply a pleasure. She couldn't help but want to reach out, but she heard Zishang's muffled voice. "Are you done?" "Oh, I'm done." Yunjoga came back to her senses. She suddenly felt a little disdainful of herself. In the past, when Zishang opened his arms for her to touch, she didn't cherish it. Now that she was drooling, it was already too late. "Thank you." Zishang got up and put on his clothes. His gray hair fell on his handsome face. There was a sense of alienation and indifference. The thunder fire needles in Yunjoga's hand paused. She looked up at him. There was a hidden bitterness in her tone that even she didn't notice. "You never said thank you in the past." Zishang looked down and said, "That was because I wasn't polite before. I ask for your forgiveness." "Forgiveness, my ass. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strange? If you have any dissatisfaction with me, then just say it." Yunjoga was angry. "I just feel that I was too disrespectful to you before. It's not good, I'm sorry." Zishang's expression was still indifferent. With his gray hair and gray eyes, he looked as cold as a Een corpse. Chapter 387. Sorry my ass. Yunjoga almost broke the lightning fire needle in her hand. She couldn't hold back the fire in her heart anymore. She grabbed Zishang's collar and said, "I'll say it here today. The previous life is the previous life and this life is this life. Even if I let you down in my previous life, you can't blame this on me." Anyway, she definitely wouldn't take the blame for something she didn't do. "You remember?" Zishang looked a little nervous. His pupils had turned purple. "No, it was the little baby who told me." Just as Yunjoga shook her head, the little baby's screams rang out in her mind. "Master, how can you betray me? I will be killed by Lord Zishang." Yunjoga ignored the little baby and stared at Zishang. She had to make things clear to him. Zishang sighed slightly. His light purple eyes stared straight at Yunjoga and said seriously, "You didn't let me down. Not in the past and not now. Then why are you still so weird?" Yunjoga frowned. Could the little baby have lied to her? She wasn't a scumbag in her previous life. "Master, I didn't lie to you. You really have a lot of people to invite." The little baby continued to scream. "Shut up!" Yunjoga shouted at the little baby. The little baby immediately didn't dare to make a sound. "Because you were too powerful in the past. I'm afraid you'll remember what happened in the past and hit me. So from today onwards, you have to be an honest demon." Zishang suddenly smiled. He had the cunning and evil look from before. "I don't need to remember what happened in the past. I can hit you now." Yunjoga punched Zishang. Zishang's handsome face scrunched up and he cooperated with a pained expression. "Keep pretending." Yunjoga couldn't help but punch him again. Zishang didn't resist. There was a doting smile on his light red lips. His gaze was very gentle and there was a trace of sadness. It was as if he was looking through her. Yunjoga felt uncomfortable. She wanted to punch him to death. However, it was too difficult. Yunjoga thought about it and held Zishang's face. She said seriously and persistently, "No matter what I was like in my previous life, in this life, if you don't abandon me, I will live and die with you." Zishang was stunned. He looked deeply into Yunjoga's eyes as if he wanted to see into her heart. Yunjoga did not dodge. Ever since she transmigrated to this body, Zishang had always been by her side, protecting her, teaching her cultivation, and thinking of her. Although Zishang was so hateful that people wanted to beat him to death, he was still very reliable most of the time. Yunjoga did not know if this was love. She only knew that she hated it when Zishang looked at others through her, not even her past self. She wanted to monopolize this hateful male demon, both physically and mentally. "All right, if you don't abandon me, I will be by your side in life and death." Zishang nodded. His eyes curved, and his handsome face shone like a peach blossom. It was like a wisp of spring breeze that blew into Yunjoga's heart. After Yunjoga relaxed, he immediately felt extremely exhausted. He could barely keep his eyes open. She slowly lay down beside Zishang, yawning as she said, "Remember what you said. In the future, you're not allowed to think about anyone else other than me, not even my past life." As she spoke, her voice gradually became deeper and deeper, and she instantly entered the land of dreams. Zishang carefully held Yunjoga in his arms. He touched her face with his palm and revealed her true appearance. Beautiful and exquisite features, a pure and holy aura. She looked very much like she did in her past life. This woman had not awakened her memory, but she was still as domineering as before. When she burned, it was like a raging fire that could melt a person in an instant. And he still could not reject her. No, the two of them were still very different. In her past life, she was the only goddess in the world. She was omnipotent, domineering, and emotionless. She viewed outsiders as ants, and no one could leave a mark on her cold heart. In this life, Yunjoga's cultivation was weak, and she had a stubborn personality. She was a little silly, and a little soft. She was a person who cared a lot about her friends, and she was indebted to everyone who left a mark in her heart. "No matter what you look like, I will always love you, forever." Zishang's light red lips pressed lightly on Yunjoga's smooth forehead, and there was a resolute light in the depths of his eyes. He had used all his luck to find her in front of everyone. In this life, he would definitely not give her to anyone. When Yunjoga woke up, she felt refreshed. Just as she raised her head, Zishang planted a gentle kiss on her lips and said, "Good morning." "Morning." Yunjoga wrapped her arms around Zishang's neck and kissed him back passionately. After the Cold War and awkwardness from before, she especially cherished Zishang's clinginess now. "Let's dual cultivate." Zishang's nimble fingers unbuttoned Yunjoga's clothes and slid across her smooth skin. Yunjoga was also very enthusiastic and proactive. She had long been thinking about Zishang's strong abdominal muscles. It had been a long time since she touched them, and she really missed them. The two of them were very cooperative and proactive. Although it was only a very ordinary frontal position, the effects of dual cultivation were much smoother than before. Although Zishang was not able to release himself in the end, the two of them were incomparably satisfied when their minds intertwined. It was completely in the realm of spiritual and physical intertwining. After a hearty dual cultivation session, Yunjoga realized that she had advanced again. She was now at Qi refinement stage 8. When you get rid of the poison in your dantian, you will advance even faster in the future. Zishang reached out and touched Yunjoga's flat stomach. Previously, he was not very concerned about Yunjoga's detoxification. This was because he was worried that Yunjoga's cultivation would advance and unlock the seal in her mind. When she remembered everything in the past, would she abandon him again? But now, he was willing to believe in Yunjoga. When the poison in her body was completely removed, he had to have a child with her. Only then could she completely belong to him. By the way, the dark serene grass in the demonic tripod has already grown. We're just waiting for the loose sisters' soul-shocking grass. Yunjoga gave the little baby a batch of spirit stones and quickly ripened the 300-year-old dark serene grass. Calculating the time, the soul-shocking grass should be ripe soon. He had to get rid of the poison in his body as soon as possible. There was still a fiend corpse mystic realm waiting for him at the Een corpse sect. Then go ask them for it. Zishang carried Yunjoga and helped her put on her clothes. Ever since the two had confessed their feelings, Zishang's attitude towards her had changed a lot. He was more intimate and doting. He also liked to take care of her. He even had to do things like putting on her clothes himself. Seeing that he was happy, Yunjoga let him be. She was happy to slack off. After putting on her clothes, she took out the communication talisman and found that the loose sisters and Wanli Mingxian had sent her many messages. They kept asking if she was safe. Yunjoga first replied to the loose sisters and asked where they were. The loose sisters quickly replied. They were in a workshop in Zhuozhou. Chapter 388. The left prefecture workshop was not far from here. Yunjoga and Zishang only spent 4 hours to arrive at the left prefecture. After she agreed on a meeting place with the loose sisters, Zishang remained by her side, invisible. Senior brother Yunjoga, it's great that you are fine. The loose sisters were very excited to see Yunjoga. After they left the teleportation array, they had been waiting nearby. However, after waiting for a day and a night, Yunjoga still did not appear. He thought that something had happened to her. I came out right after you guys. However, due to some matters, I was delayed. Sorry for making you guys worry. Yunjoga smiled. Because she didn't want the loose sisters to guess that she was in the ruins, she was worried about how to explain her delayed appearance. She didn't expect that the transmission array had several exits, and the 3 of them appeared in different places. It's good that you're all right. The loose sisters shook their heads. How's the cultivation of the soul-shocking grass? Yunjoga asked Lu Tian'er. It seems to have matured. Lu Tian'er took out the small flower pot from her storage bag. The soil inside had turned dark, and the soul-shocking grass in the middle no longer had a frightened little face. Instead, it had a complete body, and it even had Lu Tian'er's Hades Daoist form. This is the first time I've seen such a soul-shocking grass in my life. What does senior brother plan to do with it? Lu Tian'er was also very curious about this thing and wanted to test its screaming ability. However, when she remembered that this treasure belonged to Yunjoga, she didn't dare to touch it. If it was damaged, he couldn't afford to pay for it. I plan to use it to detoxify the poison, Yunjoga said. Actually, after absorbing Lu Tian'er's netherworld Dao physique, this soul-shocking grass could be used to cultivate a grass Een corpse. Zishang was after all a fake Een corpse. The methods Yunjoga learned in the Een corpse sect could not be used on him. Because Yunjoga didn't like corpses, Zishang thought about it and finally came up with the idea of using soul-shocking grass to cultivate Een corpses. Although it would take a long time, if he could successfully cultivate it, he would have a grass corpse that was even more powerful than a living corpse. I see. Lu Tian'er didn't suspect anything. After all, Yunjoga's corpse poison face was well known in the Een corpse sect. Even a Een spirit master couldn't remove it, so it was normal for him to use some strange herbs. Your netherworld Daoist body has been used to feed my soul-shocking grass. I don't have anything good to give you. You 2 sisters can take this cultivation method and practice it. Yunjoga gave the loose sisters a copy of the secret method of twin girls. This cultivation technique was most suitable for the twins who had a telepathic connection. Not only could they achieve twice the results with half the effort, but they could also master a very powerful combined attack skill. The Lu sisters were wild with joy when they received this cultivation technique. This was especially so for Lu Tian'er. After losing the netherworld Daoist body, she always felt insecure and was afraid that she would drag her sister down. This technique was definitely a timely help. What are your plans now? Yunjoga asked the Lu sisters. We plan to find a place to go into seclusion and wait for the Overlord flower to advance. The Lu sisters had been discussing this matter for the past few days. The incident at the ruins had made them fully aware of the fact that it was pointless to go anywhere without strength. If it wasn't for Yunjoga protecting them, they would have died in the ruins long ago. It's good to go into seclusion and avoid the limelight. When Zishang was fighting for the treasure, he disguised himself as an evil old monster. When the people of the central state ran to find the evil old monster, Yunjoga was worried that the two sisters would be implicated. I heard from senior brother Wanli that the central state is very chaotic now. It's better for us to stay as far away as possible. Lu Mei nodded. At this time, Lu Tian'er thought of another matter. Oh right, senior brother Yunzhou, do you know that senior brother Wanli is the young master of the Myriad Treasure Tower? Turns out that he's the Myriad Treasure Tower's young master. I was wondering why a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him would have such a flashy outfit, even bringing out a sword spirit. Yunjoga came to a sudden realization. Senior brother Wanli is now in the left prefecture's workshop. Senior brother Yunzhou, go find him and get a black card. In the future, you can buy things at the Myriad Treasure Tower at 30% off. The Lu sisters immediately got a black card the day they saw through his identity. Okay, I'll go find him now. After saying goodbye to the Lu sisters, Yunjoga walked toward the left prefecture's workshop. However, she wasn't in a hurry to find Wanli Mingxian. Instead, she started walking around the workshop with Zishang. She wanted to see if there were any suitable spirit herb seeds to plant in the demonic tripod. The space inside the demonic tripod was open now, but there were still very few things inside. They had to buy a lot. Zishang was still invisible next to Yunjoga, but he held her hand as they walked. This behavior was a bit annoying, but Yunjoga liked it, so Zishang accompanied her. Yunjoga felt that holding Zishang's hand was very romantic, so she had a lot of fun. Shopping was secondary. When they passed by a small stall, Zishang suddenly pulled her and said, "The couple 200 meters to the left is Jin Chuan and Si Yue." Jin Chuan and Si Yue. Yunjoga's eyes widened. She looked at the two unfamiliar figures in disbelief. One was an old man, and the other was a pretty granddaughter. If Zishang hadn't reminded her, she definitely wouldn't have recognized them. Why are these two here? Yunjoga had suspected their relationship when she was in Corpse Sect. Unfortunately, Jin Chuan covered it up very well. He never asked about Si Yue again, so she couldn't find anything. Follow them, Zishang ordered softly. Jin Chuan and Si Yue had high status in Corpse Sect. If she could get something on them, it would be very good for Yunjoga's position in Corpse Sect. Yunjoga thought so too, so she pulled Zishang along and quietly followed behind the two of them. Jin Chuan and Si Yue were very vigilant. The two walked around the workshop until it was dark before they quietly left. They walked to the wasteland in the suburbs. Yunjoga and Zishang followed them quietly. Finally, they arrived at a dilapidated temple 200 miles away. At this time, there was a defensive restriction around the temple. Many talismans could be seen shining inside. Those are the talismans of Purple Cloud Sect, Zishang whispered to Yunjoga. Previously, when he and Yunjoga were killing Bloodthirsty Sect, they had interacted with the elite disciples of Purple Cloud Sect for a period of time. They were very familiar with their talismans. Why did Jin Chuan and Si Yuyue come here to meet Purple Cloud sect disciples in the middle of the night? Yun Joga frowned. Corpse sect and Purple Cloud sect were mortal enemies. Let's go and see. Zi Shang pulled Yunjoga's hand and silently went to the top of the dilapidated temple. The light of the talismans couldn't stop the destruction of Zi Shang's demonic power. He stretched out his finger and poked a small round hole in the roof. They could clearly see what was inside. Yunjoga stuck close to Zi Shang and looked into the round hole. She was instantly shocked. Chapter 389. What did you see? Zi Shang looked at Yunjoga's round eyes and couldn't help but pull her ear. Help me see if that person is Nangongli. Yunjoga pointed at the small round hole, worried that she had seen wrongly. It's him, he's already at the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. Zi Shang recognized him at a glance. When they swept through the bloodthirsty sect, Nangongli was only at the peak stage of qi refinement. He didn't expect his cultivation to improve so quickly. How did they get together? Jin Chuan, Si Yuyue, Nangongli, these three didn't seem to match. Keep watching. Zi Shang hugged Yunjoga and started watching the show. Inside the ruined temple, Nangongli was dressed in black, his handsome face cold, and he still had an unapproachable look. Jin Chuan and Si Yuyue stood in front of him and cupped their hands at the same time. Subordinate came late. Please forgive us, young master. No worries, Nangongli said indifferently, then looked at Si Yuyue and said, You recovered your memory. Si Yuyue immediately knelt on one knee and said to Nangongli guiltily, Subordinate is useless. Before going to Een Corp's sect, I was amnesiac and almost ruined young master's plan. Fortunately, big brother Jin Chuan helped me recover my memory in time. Please punish me, young master. Hearing this, Yunjoga was shocked again. She didn't expect Si Yuyue and Jin Chuan to be from the Purple Cloud sect. No wonder Jin Chuan saved Si Yuyue. You didn't do it on purpose. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise and you successfully infiltrated Een Corp's sect. You've been in Een Corp's sect for so long, have you found the whereabouts of my aunt? Nangongli asked again. It's confirmed that Miss Yuk should be hidden by Cho Sen in the forbidden area, Si Yuyue replied cautiously. Hearing this, Yunjoga thought of the golden core girl she saw in Cho Sen's forbidden area. Could she be Nangongli's aunt? Is my aunt still alive? Nangongli's cold face revealed a nervous expression. Subordinate can't be sure. Si Yuyue shook her head hesitantly, then said, But I heard that Cho Sen has been looking for a treasure map to a mystic realm these years. A mystic realm treasure map. A fierce look flashed across Nangongli's eyes as he said, Back then, my aunt discovered a secret realm, which is why she disappeared. From the looks of it, this treasure map should have something to do with Miss Yu, Si Yuyue said. It would be great if we could capture Cho Sen and interrogate him, Nangongli said while gritting his teeth. Young master, Cho Sen has been concentrating on refining Een corpses for the past few years. Although his cultivation has not completely recovered, he has refined quite a few ape corpse soldiers. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Si Yuyue quickly advised. That's right, young master. We've already endured for so many years. There's no need to be impatient. Jin Chuan also advised. I understand. You guys continue to investigate, especially regarding the matter regarding the treasure map. You must investigate it thoroughly. Nangongli quickly regained his stern appearance. I heard that the treasure map was divided into several parts. Now, one of them is in the Fiend Corp's secret territory. According to Cho Sen, he wants to get that treasure map at all costs. Si Yuyue had heard this from Jin Yanwei. Fiend Corp's secret territory. Nangongli seemed to have thought of something. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he instructed Jin Chuan and Si Yue, since Cho Sen wants it, you guys help him. Once you've collected all the treasure maps, inform me. Yes. Jin Chuan and Si Yue nodded at the same time and left the broken temple. Nangongli stood in the same place for a while before taking out a black pill from his storage bag and putting it in his mouth. Then his body trembled and his height actually increased by 4 inches. The muscles on his face moved again and again, finally turning into the appearance of Wanli Mingxian. Fuck. Yunjoga looked at Nangongli's transformation and was completely stunned. He was even more shocked than when he found out that Jin Chuan and Si Yue were spies from the Purple Cloud sect. She had interacted with Nangongli before and knew that he was a very quiet and introverted person. Compared to the carefree Wanli Mingxian, it was the complete opposite of him. A person could play 2 roles and do it so naturally. What kind of acting skills did he have? Just as she was thinking about this, she saw that after Nangongli finished changing his face, he turned his head and grinned, then he walked out in a carefree manner. Although there was no one around, he maintained the appearance of Wanli Mingxian very naturally and did not feel out of place at all. This person's soul is very strange. Zi Shang whispered into Yunjoga's ear, there are 2 people in his body. Could Wanli Mingxian have been possessed by Nangongli? Yunjoga asked hurriedly. It's not possession. The auras of these 2 souls are exactly the same. They're a bit like twins, but they're not. Zi Shang did not know how to describe the situation. Yunjoga thought about it and could only explain it with a split personality. However, as the young master of the Purple Cloud sect and the 10,000 Treasure Tower, Nangongli was able to become an inner sect disciple of the Black Fiend sect. She did not know how he operated to allow a spiritualist and an evil cultivator to coexist. Yunjoga's situation looked very similar to Nangongli's, but if her dantian had not been destroyed and her cultivation had disappeared, she would not have been able to start cultivating in the Yin Corp's sect's outer sect. After all, Elder Mo Hua and Elder Bai Gu were not blind. However, this had nothing to do with Yunjoga. She was more concerned about the Fiend Corp's Secret Realms treasure map. This was very likely to be the last piece, so she had to get it. Nangongli wanted to save her aunt, and she wanted the treasure map. The 2 of them could work together to deal with Cho's senator. However, it was definitely impossible to speak rashly, so she had to test him first. The next morning, Yunjoga sent a communication talisman to Wanli Mingxian and said that she was in the Zhuizhou. Wanli Mingxian immediately replied, where are you? I'll go find you. No need, I'll go to the 10,000 Treasure Tower to find you. I heard that you got a black card for the Lu sisters. You can't drag me down, right? Yunjoga replied in a joking tone. No problem, I'll wait for junior brother Yunjo's arrival at any time. Wanli Mingxian could not wait to arrange a time to meet with Yunjoga. Yunjoga went to the 10,000 Treasure Tower, and the shopkeeper immediately welcomed her into the tea room when he saw her. Junior brother Yunjo, I've been waiting for you at the teleportation formation for a long time. I was afraid that something would happen to you. Wanli Mingxian poured a cup of tea for her. I'm fine, it's just that the teleportation location is a bit far from you guys. Yunjoga used the perfunctory method that she used to brush off the Lu sisters. You don't know, but the Zhongzhou is in a mess now. I heard that the demonic tripod in the ruins was stolen by 2 male cultivators. Old Lady Shi and Old Devil Wan are furious and are looking for them everywhere. Wanli Mingxuan's eyes had a trace of probing in them. After all, Yunjoga came out last, so she might know something. Do you know who those 2 male cultivators are? Yunjoga's eyes lit up, and she pretended to be interested. Chapter 390. The news hasn't been released yet. Actually, Wanli Mingxian had already received some information. It was said that one of them was a demonic old monster. However, such precious information was obtained at a great cost by the brothel. He couldn't just give it to someone else for free, even if it was his savior. This was the rule. What a pity. Yunjoga looked pained for not being able to get the demonic tripod. Junior brother Yunjo, if you really want to know, I can help you ask around. Wanli Mingxian saw that she didn't look fake and was willing to leak some information for her. However, the price was necessary. No need, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Yunjoga put down the teacup and looked straight at Wanli Mingxian. Actually, I came this time to ask if senior brother Wanli has heard of the Fiend Corp's Mystic Realm. The Fiend Corp's Mystic Realm only opens once every 100 years. Every evil sect will send elite disciples to kill fiend corpses and collect fiend beads. However, you're only at Qi refinement level 8. It's not your turn to go. Wanli Mingxuan's expression was calm. Logically, I shouldn't go, but Ink Flower and Elder White Bone specifically asked me to go. Yunjoga grimaced. They're clearly trying to mess with you. Wanli Mingxian had a sympathetic expression. Although Yunjoga had the 1,000-year zombie to protect her, being targeted by the elders of the sect wasn't going to be easy. Yes, that's why I came to ask for information. Have you entered the Fiend Corp's Mystic Realm? Yunjoga asked. I haven't either, but I heard from the seniors that the Fiend Corpses inside are very difficult to deal with. We have to form teams to be safe. You have to be careful. The Corpse Sect Elder was clearly trying to mess with Yunjoga. The team he sent would definitely be disadvantageous to her. If I enter the Mystic Realm, can we meet? Yunjoga wanted to find help. The Mystic Realm is very big. That's hard to say. If we can meet, I'll definitely protect you, Wanli Mingxian said seriously. He was able to leave the Mystic Realm thanks to Yunjoga's help. He naturally had to help if he could. Besides, their Black Fiend sect focused on refining fiends. No matter how good Yunjoga's 1,000-year living corpse was, it had nothing to do with them. If there was no conflict of interest, there would be no danger. They just needed to kill the fiend corpse. In that case, I will thank senior brother Wanli in advance. When will you be returning to Yin's Spirit Mountain Range? How about we travel together? Yunjoga invited. I still have things to do here. If junior apprentice brother Yunjo is in a hurry to go back, then leave first. Wanli Mingxian shook his head. As the Myriad Treasure Tower's young lord, he still had to walk around more. All right. By the way, I snuck out under the guise of going into seclusion. Senior brother Wanli, don't slip up, Yunjoga reminded. Don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. Wanli Mingxian nodded. Are we returning to Corpse Yin sect now? Zishang asked Yunjoga. The sooner I return, the sooner I can get rid of the poison and improve my cultivation. Yunjoga was determined to obtain the last treasure map in the Fiend Corp's secret zone. Furthermore, she had been out for a period of time and was worried that something would go wrong with the Yin Corp's sect. All right. Zishang supported Yunjoga's decision unconditionally. Central State, Sure family. Old woman sat on the main seat with Yu Sha by her side. Together, they looked at a middle-aged scholar who was tied up tightly. Old woman, I really haven't seen the demonic cauldron in the ruins. I've been trapped in the maze. If the ruins didn't suddenly collapse, I wouldn't even have been able to leave. The wicked old monster's body was covered in wounds and blood. He was on the verge of death. At that moment, he was filled with regret. When he heard that the Luce sisters came to the Central State, he hurriedly followed them. He did not expect that he would not be able to capture them and almost encounter such an unfortunate incident. Grandmother, this person is not honest. Let's use the soul-searching technique. Yusha stood beside the old woman and said softly. All right. The old woman did not have the patience to listen to the wicked old monster's useless words. Just as she was about to reach out and pull out the wicked old monster's soul, Yusha pulled her sleeve and said to the old woman, Grandmother, I've recently gained some insight into the fiend's skill. Why don't I give it a try? Sure, I'll let you try it, the old woman said happily. Although her granddaughter's cultivation base was one level lower than the wicked old monster's, she was there to protect her. It would be fine to let her try it out. Yusha walked towards the wicked old monster slowly. Her pink dress was like a lotus swaying in the water. There was a faint smile on her beautiful and exquisite face. The wicked old monster used to love torturing beautiful young ladies like this. But now, he felt terrified from the bottom of his heart when he saw Yusha. He begged for mercy, old woman, I really didn't take the demonic cauldron. If you don't believe me, you can swear on your heart demon. I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract with you, as long as you don't. The wicked old monster's eyes bulged, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Yusha stood not far away from the wicked old monster. Her fair, jade-like palm exuded a black fiendish aura. There was a black halo floating above it, and the wicked old monster's soul was struggling desperately inside the halo. Good child, it seems like you've improved a lot after entering the ruins. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. Telekinesis required extremely precise control. Even she couldn't control it easily. Yusha didn't reply to her grandmother. Instead, she pinched the wicked old monster's soul and searched for the information she wanted. In the end, she really did see the scene of Yunjoga appearing. How did a goddess turn into a man? Yusha slowly opened her eyes and revealed a smile. Coincidentally, her body was a woman's. It was a perfect match. How was it? Any news about the demonic cauldron? The old woman asked. No, he's been trapped in the maze. Yusha's fingers moved slightly and erased the scene of Yunjoga. Then, she passed the soul to the old woman. I knew that person was pretending. After searching the wicked old monster's soul, the old woman stuffed it into her dragon head walking stick. Grandmother is right. No criminal would use their true appearance to rob someone. Plus, this wicked old monster doesn't have the ability to do so. Yusha followed the old woman's words. Naturally, she knew that the demonic cauldron had left with its master. Whatever, let's put the demonic cauldron aside first. The most important thing for you right now is to focus on the fiend corpse secret area. Our Sure family only got 2 tokens this time. After you go in, find a safe place to kill more fiend corpses. If you can get enough fiend beads, you'll be able to enter the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The old woman didn't notice her granddaughter's change and started talking about the benefits of entering the fiend corpse secret area. The fiend corpse secret realm only opened once every 50 years. It was extremely difficult to get a few entry tokens from the major demonic sects, but the benefits were great, especially for a clan like the Sure family that cultivated in fiendish chi. Back then, she had successfully formed her core after coming out of the fiend corpse secret area. No matter how important the ruins and the demonic cauldron were, it wasn't as important as the fiend corpse secret area. Grandmother, don't worry. I will do my best. Yusha had a charming smile. Goddess, let's meet again in the fiend corpse secret area. Chapter 391. Yunjoga and Zishang quietly returned to the corpse sect and found that the defensive array outside had been activated. Needless to say, Ink Flower and Elder Whitebone hadn't given up and wanted to disturb them. My defensive array isn't something they can break. Zishang was very confident in the defensive array he'd personally set up. If he wasn't afraid of attracting attention, he could have done better. That's good, Yunjioga answered without looking up and started processing the dark serene grass. She had to quickly make the antidote to increase her cultivation so she could get the last treasure map in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. Give me the soul-shocking grass. Zishang saw that Yunjioga was so busy and was ready to help. Yunjioga flipped her right hand and took out the small flower pot. Lu Tianer's soul-shocking grass had been grown in the demonic cauldron for a while with spirit stones. It was already 100 years old. The figure that appeared from the seed not only had a complete body, but its facial features were also clear. Its hands were placed by its cheeks. Its eyes were empty and its cheeks were sunken in. Its mouth was wide open as if it was screaming. Drip a drop of blood and you can take out the soul seed. Zishang poked a small hole with complicated patterns on the seed's skin and let Yunjioga drip blood on it. This way, it would be very loyal and obedient after being taken out. Yunjioga was already very familiar with the dripping blood ceremony. The golden red blood dripped into the soul-shocking grass seed. The eyes of the frightened little person opened wider and wider. Its body shook violently as if it was scared to death. Its soul suddenly left the seed and floated into Yunjioga's hand, turning into a ball of light. It's so cowardly. Can it really raise a Yin corpse? Yunjioga frowned. She didn't want to raise a Yin corpse that screamed at the slightest provocation. Which eye of yours sees that it's cowardly? Zishang poked the little ball of light, and a small person appeared inside, hugging his feet and curling up into a ball. His expression was serene, as if he had fallen asleep. Ha! Yunjioga's eyes widened. She still remembered how this ball of light looked like it was scared to death. The soul shock grass collects soul power of fear, which is why it shows a terrified expression. Now that it has left its body, it's something else. Plant it in the demonic tripod and put more spirit stones in it. When it germinates and bears fruit, we can cultivate a grass corpse, Zishang explained. Okay. Yunjioga was also full of anticipation for the magical seed. He immediately put it into the demonic tripod. The little baby was wandering around in boredom. Now, it only planted some spirit herbs every day, which was simply overkill. It was so bored that it was about to go moldy. This time, when he saw the ball of light that Yunjioga sent in, he immediately became excited as if he had seen something good. Is this a demonic soul seed? What is a demonic soul seed? Yunjioga asked curiously. It's a demonic seed condensed from the demonic aura of heaven and earth. The little cute baby looked around the ball of light twice and immediately pursed his lips in disappointment. TSK, so it's a grass soul seed. Who cares what kind of seed it is? If it doesn't grow well, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Yunjioga glared at him fiercely. This adorable little baby was always ruining the roof if he wasn't beaten for a day. If you spoke to it nicely, it would immediately take a mile after taking an inch. You had to be ruthless in order to deal with it. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely help you plant it. The little baby just wanted to break open the grass soul seed and play with it. Hearing his master's unfriendly tone, he quickly puffed out his chest and promised. That's more like it. Work hard and I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Yunjioga began to give out dates. This guy was a glutton. He didn't know if it was because he had been refined into a demonic artifact, but he shouted every day that he wanted to eat souls. Zishang indicated that he could let the little baby eat some souls. After all, he had been sealed for 5,000 years and the consumption was too great. It would be too slow for him to recover slowly. It was fine to use some demonic cultivation methods. Although Zishang agreed to let him eat, Yunjioga was in seclusion and had no place to get it. He couldn't let the Yin Corpse sect disciple feed him, right? He could only wait for the Fiend Corp's mystic realm to open and get some souls for the little baby. The little baby immediately became high-spirited after getting the sweet dates from Yunjoga. He had to get the grass soul seed out. After Yunjoga settled the little baby, she took out the small bronze cauldron and prepared to refine the antidote. The demonic cauldron that the little baby was in was too strong. Yunjoga couldn't use it at all with her cultivation. As long as she separated the small bronze cauldron from the demonic cauldron and used it, the power would be about 1/1000th of the main body. Yunjoga put the soul-shocking grass seed and the 100-year dark serene grass into the small bronze cauldron. Then, she summoned the white bone fire and started refining. 2 hours later, the small bronze cauldron spewed out hot air. The antidote for the second stage of the 9-bone shatterer was finally refined. Yunjoga opened the small cauldron and saw a hazy golden light inside. It had to be consumed on the spot. Yunjoga stuffed the light into her mouth and sat cross-legged to absorb it. Zishang stayed by Yunjoga's side to protect her, paying full attention to her condition. The light entered Yunjoga's mouth and began to circulate in her body along with her spiritual power. At first, it was very smooth. The toxins that went deep into the bone marrow were forced out. They followed the light to Yunjoga's dantian and directly entered the base. Suddenly, with a boom, a sharp pain exploded in Yunjoga's abdomen. Yunjoga screamed in pain and fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen. Her face was as pale as a corpse. Joga. Zishang's handsome face changed. He hurriedly lifted her clothes to take a closer look. He saw that Yunjoga's abdomen was heaving up and down. The 8 poisonous lights and the golden light were clashing, using her dantian as a battlefield. The fiercest one was a scarlet poisonous light. 9-bone shatterer was broken and reconstructed. Pain was inevitable. It hurts. Yunjoga moaned in pain. Cold sweat drenched her entire back. Even breathing was difficult. She wished she could kill herself. Zishang's heart twitched. He gently caressed Yunjoga's head and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt very long. With that said, he took off their clothes and hugged her from behind. Yunjoga felt the familiar swelling pain. She could not help but roar in her heart. What the hell was this? Dual cultivation. Zishang's heart was as calm as still water. He hugged Yunjoga and silently chanted a cultivation method. A purple demonic energy entered Yunjoga's body. The scarlet poisonous light that was fighting with the golden light in her dantian was like a shark that smelled blood when it smelled the demonic energy. It rushed out of the battlefield and chased after Zishang's demonic energy into his body. The detoxifying golden light also rushed out. Without any opponents, the other 7 kinds of poisonous lights also gradually stopped. Yunjoga did not know that Zishang had drawn the poison away. When she realized that her dantian had calmed down, she sped up the circulation of her spiritual power to expel the poison. Zishang allowed the golden and scarlet lights to wreak havoc in her body. Instead, he continued to pour spiritual power into Yunjoga's body to help her circulate the chi circulation to expel the poison. Chapter 392. Cold sweat seeped from Zishang's forehead due to the pain, but he didn't care at all. His pale purple eyes stared at Yunjoga with concern. Yunjoga focused all her attention on expelling the poison. After 3 cycles, she finally expelled all the poison from the second stage of the 9 shattered bones. I've advanced again. Yunjoga opened her eyes to find that she had advanced to the 9th stage of chi refinement. Then consolidated a little more. Zishang responded calmly and began to put on his clothes. His movements were steady and there was nothing strange. Okay. Yunjoga also felt that the spiritual power that had just advanced was a little chaotic, so she closed her eyes to meditate again to consolidate her cultivation. Zishang took the opportunity to focus on eliminating the red poison light in his body. Because he was afraid that Yunjoga would find out, he was completely hurting himself. His violent actions worsened his internal injuries. When Yunjoga opened her eyes again, Zishang had already eliminated the red poison light. Yunjoga was so happy that she wrapped her arms around Zishang's neck and kissed him hard on the lips as a reward. Zishang smiled and kissed her back. As long as Yunjoga was fine, nothing else mattered. After Yunjoga's excitement, she remembered that Zishang had suddenly dual cultivated with her. Zishang was a very reliable demon. If detoxification required dual cultivation, he would have done it in advance. He definitely wouldn't have waited for her to be in so much pain. There had to be a reason. Helping me detoxify won't hurt you, right? Yunjoga looked Zishang up and down. Do I look like I'm injured? Zishang raised his long eyebrows, a devilish smile on his handsome face. He was still as cool and domineering as before, so no one could tell that he was actually injured. Then why did you suddenly dual cultivate with me? Yunjoga still didn't believe it. The 9 Shattered Bones is about breaking and building. You have to experience extreme pain to train your divine sense. But I don't think you can take it, so I can only use spiritual power to help you get through it. But your divine sense training will be a little weaker in the future. Zishang said half-truthfully. Without going through that kind of pain, her divine sense would naturally be a little weaker. He wasn't lying about that. As for guiding the poison into her body, it would devour her cultivation and damage her meridians. There was no need to tell her. So be it. Yunjoga couldn't help but shudder when she thought of that pain. She absolutely did not want to experience that a second time. I'll help you with dual cultivation next time. Now that you have the demonic tripod, you can slowly train your divine consciousness. Zishang's peerlessly handsome face was suffused with a gentle light as he looked at Yunjoga with a doting and gentle gaze. Every time he detoxified the 9-Bone Shatterer, he felt like he had died once. Moreover, the more he detoxified, the more tragic it became. If it was anyone else, Zishang would definitely treat them coldly. After all, if one wanted to reap benefits, then they had to suffer. But if it was Yunjoga, he couldn't bear to do it. He had experienced it before, and he didn't want Yunjoga to experience it again. Alright. Yunjoga was naturally happy that he did not have to suffer anymore. However, she was still a little worried that Zishang would be affected. This 9-layer bone shatterer poison was definitely no joke. Give me your hand. Yunjoga wanted to check Zishang's pulse to see if he was really not affected as he said. I'm really fine. If you have the time, why don't you quickly find out who went to the Fiend Corp's secret realm? You don't have to worry about your safety with me by your side, but it's rare to enter a secret realm like this. You have to train well. Also, CUUS should have some clues about the treasure map. You have to hold on to that. After all, you saved her life before. Also, you can start preparing the ingredients for the 3rd antidote. Zishang slowly analyzed all sorts of problems with Yunjoga. Yunjoga nodded as she listened. She had already gotten rid of the 2nd poison. It would not be a problem for her to reach perfected chi refinement in 3 months. Other than investigating the Fiend Corp's secret realm and the treasure map, she also had to start cultivating the antidote for the 3rd poison. The other ingredients were fine, but there was a spirit herb called Bloody Fiend Bead. It was said that it only grew in places with heavy fiendish energy. She had to look for it properly in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. There were too many things to do. Yunjoga became distracted as she thought about it. She immediately forgot to check Zishang's pulse. This had to do with Zishang's disguise. He had plenty of ways to not let Yunjoga know. The more Yunjoga thought about it, the more restless she became. She immediately went to find little Fatty. Senior apprentice brother Yunjo, you advanced again. Little Fatty looked at the newly minted Chi refinement level 9 Yunjoga with his eyes wide open. He had only been in closed-door cultivation for a few months. He had advanced 3 levels like a flying goose. He was simply the most amazing of all. Isn't this normal? Yunjoga knew that there were all sorts of rumors about her being raped by the Yin Corp sect. She had long given up on covering it up. Little Fatty also thought of this. He coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Senior apprentice brother Yunjo, the candidates for our Corp sect to enter the Fiend Corp secret realm have been decided. Ever since he knew that Yunjoga was going to the Fiend Corp secret realm, little Fatty had been collecting all sorts of relevant information. Although he couldn't get any core secrets, it wasn't hard to find out who the participants were. Because the sect leaders' peak had very few people, they appointed Yi Joga and Jinchuan as the representatives. The other peaks were decided through a competition. Ink Flower Peak's victors were Bailon and a foundation establishment middle stage senior apprentice brother called Imo Jinyuan. Whitebone Peak's victors were Wolf Fang and a foundation establishment early stage senior apprentice sister called Yuzian. Chou-Ren Peak's victors were Jin Yanwei and Si Yue. They were a couple. Yunjoga raised her eyebrows. There were 4 familiar faces among the 6. On the surface, she had offended the 3 elders, Ink Flower, Whitebone and Cho Senator. Everyone thought that their disciples would definitely target her. But in reality, other than Bailon and Nimo Jingyuan and Yuzian, the other disciples weren't a big problem. First of all, Si Yue, Jin Yanwei and Jin Chuan were busy looking for the treasure map. They definitely wouldn't be in the mood to find trouble with her. Secondly, Wolf Fang had a small friendship with her. If she privately roped him in and gave him some benefits, he would probably turn a blind eye. Yunjoga thought about it and calmed down. She thought of another question. Little Fatty, do you know anyone from the other evil sects and demonic sects? Can you help me find out who's going to enter the Fiend Corp secret realm? She didn't know what the situation inside the Fiend Corp secret realm was like. It was always good to find out more information. I do know, but I'm not very familiar with them. But as long as I have spirit stones, it's still very easy to find out. Little Fatty reckoned that the other sects should be the same as them. They were determined through a competition, so it shouldn't be hard to find out. I'll give you 100 spirit stones. Go ahead and find out. The more detailed, the better. Especially the Black Fiend sect's name list. It's best if you can find out where the masters came from and what magic tools they're proficient in. Yunjoga mainly wanted to know about Yi Rui. This girl had been in the Black Fiend sect for a period of time. With the help of the demonic sect's supreme expert, her cultivation shouldn't be too bad. And Nangongli, if he wanted to find the treasure map, he had to pay more attention to him. Chapter 393. Senior brother Yunjo, don't worry, leave this to me. Little Fatty was very excited. These people were all his connections and his network would be even bigger in the future. After Yunjoga and Little Fatty parted ways, she returned to the cave abode and started to prepare things to win over Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang was now in foundation establishment and the Yin Meridian Protection Pill was suitable for him. She still had a lot on hand and it would be good to give them as gifts. If you give him pills for free, he probably won't dare to take them. Why don't you sell him some good defensive Dharma artifacts? He'll need them in the Fiend Corp's mystic realm. Zishang thought more carefully than Yunjoga. If Elder White Bones really ordered Wolf Fang to do something, Yunjoga's gifts would be useless. She might as well do some business at a low price. She wouldn't lose out and it would be easier to build a relationship. You're right. Yoonjoga thought about it and agreed. If Wolf Fong misunderstood and wanted him to deal with Elder White Bones, it would be troublesome. However, she could prepare for two things when giving gifts. He wouldn't accept the Dharma artifacts after giving pills first. She had collected a lot of things on her way to Central Continent. Now was the time to sort them out. After Yoonjoga sorted them out, she had a total of 10,000 spirit stones, talismans, and pills. There were 12 types of defensive artifacts, all of which were common goods that could be used in the workshop. There were 8 offensive Dharma artifacts. The 3 most valuable ones were obtained from mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. There was a small black iron hook, a green ghost ruler, and the fat old man's bamboo cane. Although the iron hook and the green ghost ruler were rare high-level Dharma artifacts, Yoonjoga couldn't sell them for fear that someone would find out about her. However, when the fat old man took out the bamboo cane, treasure-seeking Scorpion crawled out of Yoonjoga's new high-level spirit beast bag. "Master, there's a treasure." Treasure-seeking Scorpion didn't perform well at the ruins. Recently, it wanted to perform well. Now that it smelled the spiritual light, it immediately crawled out. "Which one is the treasure?" Yoonjoga immediately took out all the treasures in the storage bag. Treasure-seeking Scorpion circled around it twice and finally stopped beside the bamboo cane. It said hesitantly, "This thing has a very powerful spiritual light." It was preparing to advance recently and its spiritual sense was stronger than before. That was why it could faintly sense the spiritual light from the bamboo cane, but it didn't know what treasure it was. Spiritual light. Yoonjoga carefully looked at the bamboo staff. It was only 3 feet long and had a dark green surface. There was nothing special about it. It wasn't even as eye-catching as the 3 leaves that served as weapons. Zishang picked up the bamboo and looked at it carefully. He said, "This bamboo seems to be alive. Try using your wood spirit power." With that, he handed it to Yoonjoga. "Let me see." Although Yoonjoga could devour wood spirits, he rarely used them, so he didn't discover the secret of the bamboo at first. When she tried to infuse wood spirit energy into the bamboo to check, she immediately discovered that this bamboo was not bamboo at all, but the root of some kind of plant. It contained a strong vitality, like a vast ocean. Just a short section of the rhizome was already so powerful. If it was a complete tree, how powerful would it be? Yoonjoga immediately decided to use the demonic tripod to grow this thing. At this time, the demonic tripod had changed a lot after all this time. The originally empty herb garden was now neatly planted with rows of spirit herbs. There were purple monkey flowers and red rock grass that Yoonjoga needed for the 3rd stage of detoxification. There were also many herbs for the Yin Meridian Protection Pill. Other than the herb garden, there were also rows of red fruit trees outside. They were filled with pink spirit peaches that were ready to ripen. These peaches were not only full of spirit energy but could also nourish meridians. Most importantly, they were good for spirit beasts' advancement. Yoonjoga had planted them for the treasure-seeking Scorpion couple. Next to the stream was a top-grade herb garden with the densest spirit energy. Now, only the grass soul seed was planted. This kind of rare thing consumed a lot of spirit energy and usually had to be planted separately. The little baby was attentively serving the grass soul seed by the stream. He had moved most of the spirit energy from the demonic tripod here so that the grass soul seed could germinate and bear fruit faster. He could have a few top-grade souls to taste. Back then, Wan Sha had let him eat freely. Those days had been so beautiful. When the little baby thought of this, he couldn't help but touch the little black horn on his head. Without the support of souls, his horn had become smaller and wasn't pretty anymore. How could he find a partner in the future? He didn't want to be a lover like Wan Sha. He wanted to be a wife like Lord Zishang. Just as the little baby was sighing, Yunjoga's divine sense came in with the bamboo. He asked the little baby, "Do you know what this is?" "Ah, here's the chance to perform." The little baby was shocked. He quickly took the bamboo and looked at it carefully. Then, he looked at it again and again. Then, he sadly realized that he didn't recognize it at all. "Master, I've been sealed for 5,000 years. In order to find you, I wasted a lot of divine sense. I don't remember many things." The little baby touched the little black horn on his head. He felt wronged. "It's fine if you don't remember. Just tell me if you can plant it." Yunjoga didn't have high expectations for the little baby, so he wasn't disappointed. "I can plant it, but this root system is a bit strange. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of spiritual power to plant it." Planting things was the little baby's instinct. Even if he couldn't recognize it, he could still plant it. How much spiritual power will it cost? Yunjoga thought that if it wasn't much, he would plant it first to see what it was. If it was something good, he would be rich. "If I use spirit stones, it will cost at least 500 high-grade spirit stones." The little baby roughly estimated. "What?" Yunjoga was stunned. One high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 5 million. The 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in her hands couldn't even be counted as a living thing. How could she raise it? "Plant it first. Just make sure it can survive." Yunjoga decisively gave up. 5 million spirit stones. Even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be able to get this number. However, even if she couldn't earn it now, it didn't mean that she would keep it as a memento. "Actually, if you don't use spirit stones, there's another way." The little baby blinked his big eyes. His small round face looked like he was thinking for Yunjoga. "What way?" Yunjoga's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. "If you use souls to raise it, you only need 10,000 souls." The little baby was very naive and innocent as he raised a tender little finger. He indicated that this method was much easier than getting high-grade spirit stones. There were people everywhere in the Yin Soul Mountains. It was a piece of cake to kill thousands of people. When the time came, he would secretly get some to satisfy his craving. Presumably, his master wouldn't find out. 10,000 souls. Yunjoga chuckled at the little baby and then scolded fiercely, "Why don't you go to heaven? If you like eating souls so much, go back to your Wan Sha. I can't afford to support a demon like you." Every day, he provoked her to kill people to find souls. Did he really want to force her to become a female demon who killed people without blinking? Chapter 394. Sob, I was just giving you an idea. It's fine if you don't accept it, but why are you being mean to me? The cute baby pouted and started crying. What are you crying for? Hurry up and plant it for me. If it doesn't survive, I'll teach you a lesson. Yunjoga had already seen through this guy's evil face and wasn't fooled at all. Right away, right away. The cute baby immediately stopped crying and didn't dare to cause any more trouble. After receiving the bamboo, he eagerly chose a spot far away from the grass soul seed and planted it. Then, he made a hand seal to draw water from the stream to water it. Yunjoga saw that the cute baby was obedient and left the demonic tripod tiredly. What's wrong? Did that cute baby make you angry again? Zishang noticed Yunjoga's bad expression and asked gently. Do you think I was a bad, vicious, and overbearing demoness in my previous life? Yunjoga asked sullenly. Although she didn't think she was a good person, she didn't expect herself to be so bad in the past. Why do you ask? Zishang raised his eyebrows. What had triggered this girl? Otherwise, why would I make such a demonic tripod that eats souls at every turn? 10,000 at once. The cute baby's matter-of-fact look proved that he really had eaten a lot in the past. Although the Yin Spirit Mountain was the base camp of the evil and demonic sects, the big sects all had their own cultivation methods. Whether it was Yin Qi, evil Qi, ghost Qi, essence Qi, or soul Qi to cultivate, they all had their own authentic sources. No one would kill people to cultivate. If evil disciples killed people like flies, the ordinary people of the Yin Spirit Mountain would have died long ago. How could they recruit disciples to expand their sect? Those who relied on killing to cultivate were either small sects or scattered evil cultivators. Not to mention the righteous sects, even the evil sects and demonic sects would not hesitate to do the same to the evil sects, let alone the righteous sections. The cute baby is just greedy. I'll teach it slowly in the future, Zishang said indifferently. To him, it didn't matter how bad the cute baby was as long as it was useful to Yunjoga. Yunjoga realized that he had found the wrong person. Zishang was also a bad person. He wouldn't care about the cute baby's gluttony. However, Zishang was right. The little adorable baby was just a glutton. His demonic nature was not very strong. At least, once he roared, he would be well behaved. Actually, the soul was something that consumed the soul energy within it. She remembered that there was a type of pill that was used to nourish the soul. However, the materials needed for the soul-nourishing pill were relatively rare. She could only refine it after she successfully built her foundation, so she could put it aside for now. At present, the most important thing was the matter of the Fiend Corp's secret territory. Yunjoga quickly composed himself. He packed up a bottle of Meridian Protection Elixir and 2 decent defensive Dharma artifacts before preparing to find Wolf Fang. Some time ago, Wolf Fang had accepted a task that allowed him to cultivate and earn money without neglecting anything. Today was the day he was supposed to return to the sect to hand over the task. He did not expect to be stopped on the way. Senior brother Wolf Fang, long time no see. Yunjoga greeted. Junior brother Yunjoga, you're out of seclusion. Wolf Fang could not help but feel surprised when he saw Yunjoga, who was already at the 9th stage of Qi disciple. This junior brother's cultivation speed was really fast. Actually, at Yunjoga's age, not to mention the 9th level of Qi disciple, there were also many at the foundation establishment stage. However, those were all genius disciples that the sect spent all their efforts to nurture from a young age. People like Yunjoga, who had no father, no mother, and directly entered the 9th level of Qi disciple within 2 years, were extremely rare. However, when he thought of the 1,000-year living corpse beside Yunjoga, Wolf Fang felt somewhat relieved. Those who had fortuitous encounters were obviously different. However, Wolf Fang did not want this kind of fortuitous encounter. If it was a lively and beautiful female living corpse, it was fine if he closed his eyes and pounced on her. However, being pressed down by a male living corpse was unbearable. This was also why, although Yunjoga was eye-catching in the Yin Corpse sect, there were not many people who envied and hated him. Senior brother Wolf Fang, I have something to ask you. This time going to the Fiend Corp's secret territory, did Elder White Bones give you any instructions? Yunjoga knew that Wolf Fang was a straightforward person and did not like to play games, so he asked directly. Yes, Master instructed me and Senior Sister Yu to cooperate with Senior Sister Bailan when the time comes. If there's a chance, we'll kill you. Wolf Fang also said it very directly. I wonder what Senior brother Wolf Fang thinks about this matter. Yunjoga asked. I'm not free. Wolfang said without hesitation. He had always admired Yunjoga's strategy and strength. Although he could not be on good terms with Yunjoga because of Master, he did not want to deal with her. Senior brother Wolfang, let's not beat around the bush. I don't expect you to help me deal with Bailan, but I hope that you can go easy at the crucial moment and give me some information. This bottle of Meridian nourishing pill was personally refined by me. Treat it as a thank you gift. Yunjoga showed his sincerity. Wolfang's eyes instantly lit up. He heard that Ziyun Workshop recently produced a batch of extremely pure Meridian nourishing pill. Unfortunately, the price was expensive and the quantity was limited. He had always felt regretful that he did not get it. However, when he thought of Yunjoga's request, he still rejected. Junior brother Yunjoga, although I don't want to deal with you, sometimes I have no choice. Wolfang did not want to put shackles on himself. If he could not do it, then he would not be a man on both sides. I was too impulsive. Yunjoga had already guessed that Wolfang would not accept it, so he immediately changed his plan and said, this trip to the Fiend Corp's secret territory is filled with danger. I wonder how senior brother Wolfang's preparations are going. You should prepare a few good defensive immortal treasures. I heard that the killing intent inside is enough to kill people silently. When Wolfang heard this, he was depressed. He naturally knew that the evil chi in the evil corpse mystic realm was powerful. Without good defensive artifacts, he would be at a disadvantage. His set of demonic bone spikes was good for attacking, but its defensive ability was far inferior. Moreover, the better defensive artifacts were all extremely expensive. He had bought quite a lot of things previously and was short on money. Thus, he wanted to do missions to earn spirit stones. But before he could save up enough spirit stones, all the defensive magic tools that he fancied were bought away. He was feeling depressed in his heart. Yunjoga could see Wolfang's depression at one glance. He said, I have a few good defensive artifacts here. If senior brother Wolfang likes them, name a price and take them. With that, he took out the 2 artifacts that he had prepared. One of them was a rank 4 Vajra talisman. When used on the body, it could withstand 3 full attacks from a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The other was a small gray flag. On it was a light green sword talisman that looked like a flood dragon. Not only could it shoot out flying sword attacks, it also had the aura of a flood dragon to protect the body. It could both attack and defend. It was a good item. Wolfang could not take his eyes off it. In the depths of his eyes, there was only the word want. In another 4 months, the evil corpse mystic realm would open. In such a short time, even if he went into closed-door cultivation, he would not be able to raise his cultivation by much. Thus, the Meridian nourishing pill was not what he needed the most. However, he really liked the 2 items that Yunjoga took out. He really wanted them. Wolfang knew that if he really bought them, he would owe him a favor. However, he had spent spirit stones. It was better than asking for things for nothing. Thus, Wolfang said decisively, I will buy both of them. Junior brother Yunjoga, name a price. Chapter 395. I got these cheaply. Senior brother Wolfang, do as you see fit. Yunjoga said. She had Zishang's demonic power restriction on her, which was much better than this defensive magic artifact. Furthermore, she still had the demonic cauldron. Although it wasn't of much use now, it could still be used to block at a critical moment. These 2 defensive Dharma artifacts are both high grade. If I were to sell them in the shop, they would be sold for at least 700 spirit stones each. I only have 1,200 spirit stones now. Can I use my contribution points to exchange for the rest? Wolfang's slightly tanned face was a little red. He had gotten a great bargain this time. Such a good defensive magic artifact couldn't be bought with money. Alright, no problem. Yunjoga wasn't here to earn money. However, she was still a little emotional. Senior brother Wolfang was already a Foundation establishment cultivator. Why was he still so poor that he couldn't even gather spirit stones? Yunjoga misunderstood Wolfang. For cultivators who were still using spirit jades to exchange, Wolfang's 1,000 spirit stones were already very rich. However, cultivation costs were high. Wolfang, who only focused on cultivation to increase his martial strength, had no other income other than doing hard work. Naturally, his days would be hard. Wolfang didn't know what Yunjoga was thinking. He took out spirit stones and happily exchanged the 2 magic artifacts. Then, he said excitedly, when I enter the Fiend Corpse mystic realm, I'll have money after killing more fiend corpses. Although the Fiend Corpse mystic realm had risks, the benefits were very obvious. This was because killing fiend corpses would give a type of baleful bead that was not inferior to spirit stones. It could be used for cultivation or sold to others. Of course, the sect wouldn't send disciples in for free. Every disciple had to give a certain number of baleful beads to the sect and they came out of the mystic realm. If they couldn't complete the mission, not only would they be heavily punished by the sect, the mountain they were at would also have to compensate the sect for their losses. Elder White Bones was a very practical person. Between revenge and benefits, benefits were more important. Alright, then I wish senior brother Wolfang success and wealth rolling in. Oh right, are you familiar with senior sister Yuzian? Yunjoga had never seen this Yuzian before and didn't know what was going on. You don't have to worry about senior sister Yu. Unless Bailan can take out huge benefits, she won't bother. Wolfang was in a good mood after buying the magic artifact, so he gave a lot of information. For example, Yuzian was a money grubber, and Nimo Jingyuan was gay. Thank you, senior brother Wolfang. When Yunjoga heard what Wolfang said, he felt confident. It's just a small matter. It's getting late, so I'll be taking my leave first. Wolfang was in a hurry to hand in his mission. He cupped his fists at Yunjoga and left. Yunjoga had also returned to his cave abode and happened to bump into Little Fatty who had come to deliver the name list. The 5 devil sects were the Black Fiend sect, the Thousand Ghosts sect, the Joyous Union sect, the Yin Corpse sect, and the Soul Devourer sect. Each of them sent 8 people, and they were all elite disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. However, what surprised Yunjoga was that there was no Wanli Mingxian or Yirui in the Black Fiend sect. It was normal for Yirui not to go, but Wanli Mingxuan's previous attitude was that he was determined to win, so how could he not go? Yunjoga sent a message to Wanli Mingxian, but he received an apologetic reply. He said that something had happened at home, so he had given up his spot to someone else. He didn't say what exactly happened, and Yunjoga didn't ask. Other than the 5 demonic sects and evil sects, there were also a few small sects and aristocratic families. Among them, the words Zhongzhou caught her eye. Yusha, this name sounds familiar. Have you seen her before? Yunjoga turned and asked Zishang. Zishang's memory was much better than Yunjoga's. He recalled the people he'd seen in the ruins and had an answer. There's a Foundation establishment girl standing next to Old Lady Sher. I think she's called Yusha. If people from Zhongzhou are also going to the Fiend Corp's secret realm, then I'll have to consider using the demonic tripod in case the news gets leaked. Yunjoga felt that it was better to be cautious. That's okay. I heard that the last treasure map is indeed in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. If we want to get it, we have to collect bloody murderous beads. Zishang hadn't been idle during this time. He made a few puppets and placed them on enemy peak to eavesdrop. As expected, he heard an important piece of information. Wait, aren't bloody murderous beads medicinal materials? What does it have to do with the treasure map? Yunjoga remembered that the third antidote for the 9-bone shatterer required this bloody murderous bead. The last treasure map is hidden in a place that requires bloody murderous beads to find. But I don't know the specifics. Zishang shook his head. Cho Sen had told Jin Yanwei through a secret technique. If they wanted to know, they had to search his soul. Then how do we get the bloody murderous beads? Yunjoga was more concerned about this. Kill until the flying corpses appear. Zishang's voice was filled with murderous intent. The ranks in the fiend corpse secret realm were clear. From high to low, they were flying corpses, golden corpses, silver corpses, bronze corpses, and iron corpses. As long as they went on a killing spree, they would attract flying corpses. Flying corpses were equivalent to golden core cultivators. They were much stronger than human golden core cultivators, comparable to mid-stage golden core cultivators. Bloody murderous beads were equivalent to their golden core cultivators. It wouldn't be easy to get them. So powerful. Can you deal with them? Yunjoga was a bit worried. A mid-stage golden core flying corpse was terrifying. It's a bit difficult. I might need your demonic tripod. Only Foundation establishment cultivators were allowed to enter the fiend corpse secret realm. After Zishang entered, his cultivation would be suppressed. He could only use early-stage golden core power. He would need external items to kill flying corpses. It's fine. Cho Sen is determined to get this treasure map. He should have a way. We'll just follow behind him and pick up the loot. Yunjoga had Zishang, but she knew too little about the fiend corpse secret realm. She wasn't prepared enough either. She had to think of another way. There are too many variables. You have to rely on yourself. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get the bloody murderous bead. Zishang was determined to get the bloody murderous bead. Yunjoga knew that Zishang was helping her detoxify the poison. She couldn't help but feel depressed about her broken body. There are still 4 months. Hurry up and cultivate. Zishang carried Yunjoga and threw her on the bed. Then, he started cultivating. In the following days, Yunjoga and Zishang spent most of their time on the bed. They did all kinds of positions. Finally, they reached Qi refinement stage 12. Still a bit lacking. Yunjoga felt it was a pity that she couldn't enter Foundation establishment in one go. Looks like you didn't sleep enough. Zishang patted Yunjoga's head. He decided that after they left the fiend corpse secret realm, he would definitely go into seclusion and sleep until she reached Foundation establishment. Yunjoga agreed. Just then, Jin Chuan's cold voice came from outside the cave. Junior brother Yunjo, the sect leader, has gathered us in the main hall. We're going to the fiend corpse valley. I almost forgot. Today is the day we leave. He was so focused on cultivating that he forgot about such an important matter. It's not too late to go now. Zishang still remembered. You won't be invisible this time, right? Yunjoga asked. The 3 elders were all in the main hall. Invisibility was useless to them. They might think that he was provoking them. Yes. Although Zishang was no longer invisible, there was a layer of yin qi on his face. He looked very gloomy. Yunjoga was very satisfied with Zishang's current appearance. Beauty was good for him to see. Why was there a need to show off to others? Chapter 396. When Yunjoga and Jin Chuan arrived at the main hall, the 3 elders had already arrived with the disciples of the various peaks. Seeing Yunjoga bring Zishang in, Elder Mo Hua sneered, his eyes filled with hatred, still bearing a grudge for what happened before. Elder Whitebone was expressionless. He had found a good spirit bone some time ago, so he did not care about Yunjoga's profound Whitebone monkey anymore. Cho-sen stood in the middle, lost in thought, not even casting a glance at him. Yunjoga secretly sized up his short figure, thinking that an adult man only had the body of a 5-year-old, unable to do anything. How pitiful. Fortunately, Cho-sen did not see Yunjoga's sympathetic gaze, otherwise he would have definitely flipped out. Junior brother Yunjo, you're here. Si Yuyue, who was standing behind Cho-sen, greeted with a smile. Yunjoga smiled and nodded, not replying. Jin Yanwei glanced at her and ignored her. Wolf Fang, on the other hand, did not look sideways. Beside him was a round-faced senior sister. She had a golden abacus in her hand, and no one knew what she was planning. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she smiled like a miser. It was Yu Xian. Junior brother, long time no see. Congratulations on advancing. Bailan also greeted Yunjoga, and even secretly winked at her, as if she was very familiar with her. Beside her stood a tall and beautiful young man. It was Mo Jingyuan of the Ink Flower Mountain. He was wearing a red robe embroidered with gold patterns, and his fingers were playing with the black hair on his chest. A pair of slanted eyes flew up and down, carefully sweeping a glance at Yunjoga. Probably because he did not like her weak appearance, he turned to Zishang. Unfortunately, Zishang's body was covered in a hazy yin qi, and he could not see anything clearly. He retracted his gaze in boredom, and then rolled around on Wolf Fang's tall and strong body, as if he wanted to strip him naked and touch him to his heart's content. Yunjoga was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Wolf Fang knew that Mo Jingyuan had a habit of cutting sleeves. Junior brother Yunjo, this way. Jin Chuan brought Yunjoga to the Sect Master Mountain. Although they were not on good terms with Yunjoga, they were still disciples of the Sect Master Mountain, so they had to stand together at this time. Senior brother, will the Sect Master come today? Yunjoga asked softly. Of course. Just as Jin Chuan finished speaking, a man walked out from the back of the hall. The last time Yunjoga saw the Sect Master was when he was being pursued by Mo Hua and the other elders. At that time, he had only seen the Sect Master's back. This was the first time he had seen the Sect Master's face. Who would have thought that the Sect Master's face would be covered by a layer of black fog, making it impossible to see his face clearly? Yunjoga was incomparably depressed. He had heard from Little Fatty that the Sect Master used to be very generous and would always show his face to others. Why was he acting so mysteriously recently? This time, the Fiend Corp secret territory will be led by Elder Cho's Senator. Take your tokens and enter the secret territory to kill as many Fiend Corpses as possible. The Sect Master was not a talkative person. After giving a few words, he threw out a few streaks of gray light that flew into everyone's hands. Yunjoga caught the gray light and found that it was a palm-sized circular token with a ferocious-looking black fiend corpse carved on it. It was the token to enter the Fiend Corp's secret realm. Let's go. Cho-sen gave the order and walked out of the hall first. The Fiend Corp's secret realm was 3,000 miles away from the Yin Corp sect. If it was a normal flying artifact, it would take at least 2 days. However, this time, they were entering with the 5 great sects, so they definitely could not lose face for the sect. Therefore, the sect master very generously lent the sect's flying artifact. This was a ferocious-looking black flying ship. There were several cannon holes on the ship's body. Not only was it extremely fast, but its attack power was also shocking. Yunjoga boarded the flying ship and found a quiet corner at the back of the ship to sit down. He closed his eyes and rested. The others also found a place to rest. No one spoke. Only Bailon rolled her eyes and walked towards Yunjoga with a faint smile, looking like she wanted to befriend him. It was Yunjoga who did not want to deal with her, so he secretly transmitted to Zishang, "Don't let her bother me." "All right." Zishang agreed. Bailon walked in front of Yunjoga and was about to speak when her vision blurred. She was actually thrown to the bow of the ship by Zishang, almost hitting Jin Yanwei. "Senior Sister Bai, can't you be a little quieter? My master has been in a bad mood recently. It will not be good to anger him." Jin Yanwei had always disliked Bailan's hypocrisy. His tone was also very bad. Sorry. Bailon repeatedly apologized. This time, the leader was Elder Cho's senator. There was no benefit in going against Jin Yanwei. Therefore, although Bailon was depressed, she did not dare to say anything to explain. All right. Find a place to sit." Jin Yanwei waved his hand and sent her away. After Bailon left with an apologetic smile, she glared hatefully at Yunjoga. Yunjoga did not open his eyes from beginning to end. He looked like he did not know what had happened. Bailan's hatred grew deeper. She could not help but think, "I'll let you be happy. Wait until we enter the Fiend Corp's secret realm." Thinking of the treasure that Master had given her, Bailon became proud. Originally, she wanted to rope in Yunjoga with a few words to make her lower her guard. It seemed like there was no need to waste time. The Black Warship flew for a day and a night before arriving at the Fiend Corp's Valley the next morning. At this time, the Fiend Corp's Valley was still empty. The people from the Yin Corp sect were the first to arrive. Master told everyone to go down and act freely. When the disciples of the other 4 sects arrive, we will enter the Fiend Corp's Valley together. After Jin Yanwei conveyed the instructions on behalf of his master, he eagerly went to serve his master. Cuf followed beside Cho Sen in a flattering manner. Yunjoga stepped on his evil blade and landed on the empty Fiend Corp's Valley. As usual, he found the most remote corner and sat down. This time, Bailon had learned her lesson and did not come over to chat. Jin Chuan had a stern face, as if no one was allowed to approach him. Yu Zian held a golden abacus in the corner and made a paw-paw sound. Her face was in high spirits. Wolfang stood on a large rock not far from Yunjoga. Mo Jinyuan was chatting and laughing beside him. His pair of slanted eyes flew around, constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Wolfang. Wolfang looked like he was having a hard time enduring, but Mo Jinyuan's cultivation was higher than his, so he could only continue to endure. Fortunately, after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a ray of light flashed in the sky. Following that, a light belt formed by pink peach blossom petals appeared. The leader was a female cultivator at the early Horus core stage dressed in a peach blossom palace dress. She was incomparably beautiful, and there was a peach blossom embroidery on her forehead. She was the elder of the Joyous Union sect, the Peach Blossom Fairy. Behind her stood 6 women and 2 men. The women were exceptionally beautiful, enchanting and charming. The man was tall and handsome, but his eyebrows carried an exaggerated aura. Mo Jinyuan glanced at the male disciples of the Joyous Union sect. He was obviously not interested and continued to pester Wolfang. Big Brother Cho, long time no see. The Peach Blossom Fairy kept her flying magic tool and gracefully walked towards Cho's senator. Her pair of limpid eyes looked at Cho Sen with deep emotion, as if there was a story between them. Chapter 397. Cho Sen looked up at the Peach Blossom Fairy and replied, "Long time no see. Brother Cho, after so many years, you are still so cold. Do you really not understand my feelings?" The Peach Blossom Fairy was sad. Her pitiful look could make any normal man feel guilty and heartbroken. They would want to pull her into their arms and comfort her. Unfortunately, Cho Sen was not a normal man. His face darkened and he directly said, "I don't understand, and I don't want to understand." After that, he closed his eyes and rested. The Peach Blossom Fairy looked very sad, but she did not dare to disturb Cho Sen, so she left with grievance. The elders of the two sects were at loggerheads, and the disciples did not dare to communicate with each other. Bailon originally wanted to strike up a conversation with the two male disciples, but seeing Elder Cho Sen's attitude, she immediately dispelled the idea. The entire Fiend Corpse Valley was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the Soul Devourer sex people also arrived at the Fiend Corpse Valley on a white bone flying ship. The leading Golden Core Elder was 7 feet tall and had a dignified appearance. He held a skull in his hand, and when he saw Cho Sen and the Peach Blossom Fairy, he laughed and said, "You two came so early. Did you make an appointment beforehand?" Big Brother Zhou Hua really likes to joke. The Peach Blossom Fairy glared at Zhou Hua and said sadly, "I wanted to ask Brother Cho out, but he ignored me." Cho Sen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the curse on your body can be solved as long as you dual cultivate with the Peach Blossom Girl. Why are you unwilling? Zhou Hua shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he was quite familiar with Cho Sr. Shut up. Cho Sen glared at Zhou Hua, then closed his eyes and went back to meditating. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to him. TSK, what a bad temper. Zhou Hua seemed to be familiar with Cho Sen's temper. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. He just chatted with the Peach Blossom Fairy about other things. The soul-devouring sex disciples were also made up of 5 men and 5 women. Although they were not as outstanding as the Joyous Union sex disciples, they were all good with words and could call anyone their brother. Bailon and the soul-devouring sect disciples chatted enthusiastically, and the Joyful Union sect disciples could not bear the loneliness and quickly joined in. The atmosphere finally became lively. No one knew what they were talking about, but from time to time, someone would sneak a few glances at Yunjioga. After all, Yunjioga was the only Qi refinement disciple here. Even if he had perfected Qi refinement, there was still a huge gap between him and the Foundation establishment stage. Yunjioga, on the other hand, was calm and let them size him up. Not long after, the disciples of the Wangue sect also came over on a broken ghost ship. The leading Jindan stage elder was wearing a black robe and looked gloomy. After getting off the boat, he nodded at Zhou Hua and Peach Blossom Fairy and then disappeared. Where did he go? Yunjioga could not help but send a voice transmission to Zishang. He went into the shadows, Zishang replied lazily. The Wangue sect cultivated ghost energy and hated sunlight the most. The other disciples also hid in the shadows. 4 of the 5 great sects had already come, leaving only the Black Fiend sect. After a while, there was a sudden commotion in the surroundings. Many disciples looked at the sky and exclaimed in surprise. Yunjioga also looked up and saw a long black shadow swimming over from the blue sky that seemed to have been washed by water. When it got closer, she realized that it was actually a black flood dragon that was more than 200 feet long that was cooked with evil energy. The scales on the flood dragon's body were vivid and lifelike. Its 2 lantern-like red eyes shone with a ferocious light. Its huge body covered the sun in the sky, casting a dark shadow that made everyone feel suffocated. The flood dragon slowly landed on the empty ground next to them, and many people came down one after another. Other than the elders and disciples of the Black Fiend sect, there were also many elite disciples from other small sects and small aristocratic families. Yunjioga did not see Yirui and Wanli Mingxian in the Black Fiend sect. She retracted her gaze in disappointment. She knew that they would not come, but she still had some hope in her heart. Now, it was completely shattered. At this moment, Zishang secretly sent a voice transmission to her. The woman in pink under the tree on the left is Yusha. Yunjoga looked in the direction that Zishang pointed and saw a pink-clothed girl with a spirit snake bun under a locust tree. She saw that the girl had white teeth and red lips. Her facial features were exquisite, and there was a black mole on her left cheek. Probably feeling Yunjoga's gaze, she suddenly turned and smiled at Yunjoga. The two little dimples on her face were even more charming, and her eyes were like autumn water. Slowly, they were filled with curiosity towards Yunjoga. Yunjoga silently moved her gaze away, determined to stay away from her. Zishang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at Yusha up and down a few times, but he did not say anything to Yunjoga. At this point, the 5 devil sects had gathered in the Fiend Corpse Valley. The Golden Core cultivators of each sect gathered together to discuss the steps to open the Fiend Corpse secret realm. The yang energy is the strongest now, let's open it now. Cho Sen was very anxious. He did not want to wait another 15 minutes. Then let's open it. Peach Blossom Fairy immediately agreed. Zhou Hua had no objections, and the other elders did not say anything more. Cho Sen led the other 4 Golden Core cultivators to the cave entrance of the Fiend Corpse Valley. Then, he took out a black iron piece that was half a meter tall from his storage pouch and placed it on the ground. The other elders also took out the same iron piece and put it together. In the end, they pieced together the shape of a black fiend corpse. It was extremely similar to the token that Yunjoga had obtained. The 5 elders simultaneously injected spirit energy into the iron piece. The fiend corpse immediately exploded with a dazzling light. Then, it slowly stood up from the ground. Its hands pulled left and right in the air, making a tearing motion. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the air. Then, it quickly expanded into a door. The door was blurry, and no one could see what was inside. Disciples, hurry up and enter the valley. Zhou Hua shouted. The disciples of the 5 sects had already lined up. When they heard this, they immediately stepped onto their flying artifacts and flew neatly into the tunnel. The first to enter was Joyous Union Sect, followed by Een Corpse Sect. Yunjoga was the first to step on his evil blade and fly in. Then, Bailon and the others flew in one after another. After Si Yue entered, Peach Blossom Fairy prepared to close the cave entrance and interact with Cho Senator. However, she did not expect Cho Sen to suddenly transform into a black light and rush into the Fiend Corpse secret realm. Big Brother Cho. Peach Blossom Fairy almost flew in as well, but Zhou Hua stopped her. You didn't suppress your cultivation. Do you want to be torn apart by the space? But Brother Cho. Peach Blossom Fairy was so anxious that she was about to cry. Cho Sen never does things that he is not confident in. You don't have to worry about him. Although Zhou Hua said this, he felt very strange. There was nothing special in this Fiend Corpse secret realm other than the Fiend Pearl. It was indeed unbelievable that Cho Sen was willing to suppress his cultivation to enter. At this time, Yunjoga had just entered the Fiend Corpse secret realm. He was holding his evil blade and looking around, afraid that the Fiend Corpses would suddenly attack. Wolf Fong, Bailon and the others who followed him in were also of the same realm. When everyone was present, Yunjoga was about to say something when he saw a small figure fly in from the cave entrance. When it landed, it actually turned into Cho Senator. The disciples were all shocked. Bailon couldn't help but exclaim, Elder Cho Sen, why are you here? Chapter 398. Is that something you should be asking? Cho Sen looked at Bailon expressionlessly. This disciple deserves to die, please forgive her, Elder. Bailon immediately knelt and begged for mercy, cold sweat pouring down her back. No one else dared to make a sound, only Cue pleaded for Bailon, elder, senior apprentice sister Bai did not do it on purpose, please spare her this time. Chosen snorted coldly, then turned to look to the east, lost in thought. Cue hurriedly motioned for Bailon to get up. Bailon gave her a grateful look, then silently shrunk to the side. Although she was happy to have escaped, when she thought of Master's death order, she began to have a headache. How could she kill Yunjoga under Elder Cho Sen's eyes, then bring that 1,000-year zombie to Master? It seemed that she would have to rely on senior apprentice brother Mo Jinyuan. Bailon could not help but look at Mo Jinyuan, but found that he was smiling, his eyes only focused on the wolf Fang, not even looking at her. Damn, although Bailon knew that senior apprentice brother Mo was gay, this was the first time she had seen him so infatuated with a man. What was so good about this wolf Fang? Bailon was annoyed, but she could only comfort herself that senior apprentice brother Mo was not infatuated with Yunjoga, otherwise things would be difficult. Yunjoga did not notice Bailan's complicated gaze. She was a little annoyed. She had planned to sneak away with Zishang after entering the Fiend Corp's secret realm, but she did not expect Cho Sen to come in, so it was impossible to leave. What's there to be annoyed about? Didn't you already guess that Cho Sen would come in? Zishang transmitted to Yunjoga. I was just guessing, who knew that he would really come in? Golden Core cultivators valued their lives, suppressing their cultivation to enter this damned place. What if they were accidentally killed by other sects? Cho Sen was too desperate. Since you're already here, just sneak away when you have the chance. Zishang comforted. Yunjoga calmed herself down and observed the surroundings, looking for a sneak route. She saw a gray wasteland in the distance, the clouds in the sky were a strange black and red, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This smell stinks. Yunjoga frowned. She didn't know why, but as soon as she smelled the pungent smell of blood, she felt irritated and her blood rushed to her head. She quickly swallowed a tranquil pill. We're going to be in trouble. Zishang raised his head and looked at the thick black clouds above him with a solemn expression. What kind of trouble? Yunjoga asked curiously. Remember to run faster later, Zishang replied cleverly. Yunjoga quickly understood what he meant. The black and red clouds in the sky suddenly rolled, and sticky black and red raindrops fell one after another. They carried an incomparably fishy smell and had a strong corrosive effect. Wolf Fang and the others began to emit protective barriers of various colors. A faint purple mist also appeared around Yunjoga's body, isolating him from the rain. Cho Sen released a monster monkey corpse that could resist the baleful aura. Elder, this rain is too heavy. Why don't we find a place to take shelter? Cue cautiously suggested. Their defensive artifacts had limited spiritual power, and they would be easily worn out after being exposed to the diabolical rain for a long time. Let's go. Cho Sen directed the monstrous monkey corpse to the east. Yunjoga and the others silently followed behind him. Bailon stared at Yunjoga's back and began to think if she could use this sudden black rain to deal with Yunjoga, but she quickly gave up on that idea. After walking for an hour, she still couldn't find a place to hide. Her protective barrier couldn't hold on much longer. She didn't think that the first one to break would be the middle stage foundation establishment Mo Jinyuan. Junior brother Wolf Fang, my protective barrier is broken, please take me in. Mo Jinyuan came to Wolf Fang's side, his charming eyes were like silk, and his beautiful face was filled with a flattering smile. His defensive artifact wasn't strong enough, so it had been destroyed. His fiery red robe was damaged, and there were several red spots on his white arms, making him look very pitiful. Wolf Fang coldly looked at Mo Jinyuan. He didn't believe that Mo Jinyuan, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't be prepared for entering the fiend corpse's secret realm for the second time. It was clear that he was just finding an excuse to harass him. Junior brother Wolf Fong, no matter what, we're still fellow disciples. Do you have the heart to watch me die? Mo Jingyuan looked like he was about to cry. For a man to act so pitiful, it was actually not ugly, and was actually quite seductive. If senior brother wants to find someone to help, you should go find senior sister Bailon. Wolf Fong finally spoke. They weren't from the same mountain, so they weren't familiar at all. Isn't it improper for men and women to touch each other? Mo Jingyuan said, feeling wronged. Wolf Fong was speechless. Who in the entire Yin Corp sect didn't know that you liked men? Although his protective barrier could cover one more person, he didn't want Mo Jingyuan to take advantage of him. Junior brother Wolf Fong, if you're not willing, then forget it. Why push it to me? Although Bailon was unhappy that Mo Jingyuan was pestering Wolf Fong, she was even more unhappy that Wolf Fong was using her as a shield. Junior brother Wolf Fong, I'm just staying here for a while. When the fiend corpses appear, I'll leave. I'm not staying here for nothing. How about 100 baleful pearls as compensation? Mo Jingyuan pestered Wolf Fong, using all kinds of temptations. Wolf Fong was annoyed to no end. Thinking that earning 100 baleful pearls wasn't bad, he finally agreed and opened the protective barrier a bit. Mo Jingyuan immediately went in happily. Then he placed a hand on Wolf Fong's waist and stuck close to him, using the excuse of saving spiritual energy. Wolf Fong had a tall and straight figure. He was a bit taller than Mo Jingyuan and was also stronger. He was filled with a manly aura. But on Mo Jingyuan's side, he was filled with a domineering aura, as if this man belonged to him. Bailan's teeth itched seeing this. She wanted to use this move on Yunjoga, but seeing the Yin corpse next to her, she immediately gave up on that idea. Yunjoga was looking at the scene of a man chasing another man with interest. Seeing the veins popping out on Wolf Fong's forehead, she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. According to what she knew, evil sects and demonic sects also had male and female Dao companions. Is it that funny? Zishang glanced at Yunjoga. I think senior brother Mo doesn't have time to bother me anymore. Yunjoga saw that Mo Jingyuan was quite interested in Wolf Fong. His eyes were glued to him, anyone who came close would be stared to death by him. Even if they come, I'm not afraid. Zishang really didn't place a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator in his eyes. It's good to save some trouble. Yunjoga quite admired Mo Jingyuan's tenacity. Wolf Fong was very independent, it wasn't easy to take him down. Zishang didn't care. He just looked into the distance and said, "Be careful, trouble is coming." Yunjoga immediately turned solemn. He looked into the distance and saw countless shadows walking over shakily in the hazy black rain, surrounding them. Chapter 399. When the shadows came closer, Yunjoga finally saw what they looked like. They looked like humans, but their bodies were gray and their eyes were blood red. Smelling the scent of humans, their speed became very fast and they instantly arrived in front of Yunjoga. They were low-level fiend corpses. Kill. Cho Sen did not say anything else and released 2 monster monkey yin corpses to kill them. Jin Yanwei and Si Yue stood on either side of Cho Sen and Jin Chuan was not far from Si Yue. Bailon released her bone spikes. Yu Xian released her white bone abacus. Wolf Fong unceremoniously kicked Mo Jingyuan out of the barrier and then released his evil weapon bone spikes. They turned into several blood-red lights that shot at the fiend corpses. Mo Jingyuan did not get angry. His tattered red Daoist robes instantly recovered. Then, he formed a hand seal and a pitch-black bone dragon flew out from his storage pouch. Yunjoga looked at the pitch-black bone dragon and his heart skipped a beat. It looked like the Black Fiend Sect's flying artifact. But the Black Fiend Sect was made of fiend chi and Immerse Yuan's was made of all kinds of spirit bones that were soaked in black medicine. He probably wanted to show off in front of Wolf Fang. The bone dragon flew like it was cutting grass, killing several rows of fiend corpses, much faster than Wolf Fang. He even accidentally stole Wolf Fang's target, making Wolf Fang's face turn even darker with anger. It was really interesting for a man to have a partner. Yunjoga smiled as he released 5 evil blades, killing a row of fiend corpses with a slight twist. This brat's attainments in Yin spirit runes are not bad. Zishang killed the fiend corpses while talking to Yunjoga. Senior apprentice brother Mo is also a Yin spirit master. No wonder Jin Yanwei did not say anything when he was causing trouble for Wolf Fang. He really was bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. It felt like Wolf Fang had found a good backer. Don't just kill, you have to take the fiend bead too. Zishang pointed at the fiend corpse's head. Yunjoga used the evil blades to dig and a pure white bead the size of a thumb appeared, releasing a gentle glow. Master, good stuff, good stuff. The little baby's voice suddenly sounded in Yunjoga's mind. What, you want to eat it? If the little baby could change his taste, Yunjoga would feel much more relaxed. It's not me who wants to eat it, it's the bamboo that wants to eat it. The little adorable baby was taking care of his beloved grass soul seed by the stream. The bamboo suddenly emitted a violent fluctuation, and the desire surged towards him, as if it was about to go crazy. All right then, give it a few to try. Yunjoga threw the baleful bead into the demonic tripod when no one was paying attention. The little baby eagerly piled up all the baleful beads around the bamboo and kept urging Yunjoga to kill more. This was exactly what Yunjoga was thinking. The spiritual energy contained in this baleful bead was comparable to a spirit stone. Killing it would be a profit. In the blink of an eye, Yunjoga and Zishang had killed more than 500 fiend corpses and thrown all the baleful pearls into the demonic tripod. Although the others did not kill as many as the 2 of them, they still killed 200 to 300 of them. However, as far as the eye could see, the fiendish corpses were still attacking them. Do you think Cho Sen is trying to lure the flying corpses here? Yunjoga asked Zishang secretly. They had just entered the mystic realm, and before they could figure out what was going on, they had already attracted flying corpses. It felt very dangerous. It's very possible. If it was him, he would have chosen to finish the battle quickly. If that's the case, then we should stay further away. Yunjoga really cherished his life. Cho Sen was suppressing his cultivation. Even if he brought many monster monkey-eaten corpses, they still wouldn't be a match for the flying corpses. In this chaotic battle, they would easily become cannon fodder, so it was better to run further away. Cho Sen didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just kept ordering the monster monkey-eaten corpses to kill, kill, kill. Those fiend corpses were like wheat, being cut down in batches. The sticky black and red rain continued to fall and everyone's protective barrier began to weaken. But seeing how serious Elder Cho Sen was, no one dared to make a sound. They could only continue to kill. Just like this, Yunjoga killed another 500. At this time, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the group of fiend corpses and flew like lightning at Yunjoga. Yunjoga made a hand seal and the evil blade flew over to cut the black shadow's neck, but it made a clanging sound. Although the black shadow wasn't killed, it slowed down and gradually revealed its face. It was a fiend corpse with a faint black glow. Iron corpse. Mo Jingyuan recognized this fiend corpse and immediately had the bone dragon come over to help, tightly wrapping around the iron corpse. Yunjoga used this chance to merge with the evil blade and cut off the iron corpse's head with a single slash. Mo Jingyuan took out a bone spur to cut open the fiend corpse's head, taking out an infernal bead the size of a thumb. Senior apprentice brother Mo, why is this iron corpse's infernal bead no different from the other fiend corpses? Yunjoga was a bit disappointed. She thought that the iron corpse's infernal bead would be a bit stronger. This is not an iron corpse. Mo Jingyuan said with a serious expression. If it's not an iron corpse, then what is it? Although Yunjoga had never been to the fiend corpse secret realm, she had heard of the iron corpse's appearance. It was black like this. The iron corpse's infernal bead is black, this is just a normal infernal bead. Mo Jingyuan shook his head. Then he looked up at the sky and said, moreover, this infernal rain fell too early and for too long. The last time Mo Jingyuan entered the fiend corpse secret realm. After killing the normal fiend corpses, it began to rain. When the rain stopped, the iron corpse appeared. After killing the iron corpse, it began to rain again. When the rain stopped, the bronze corpses appeared. The cycle was very regular. But this time, it started with the infernal rain. The stench of the infernal rain was very unpleasant. It was nauseating and disgusting. And this ordinary fiend corpse that looked like an iron corpse. Its infernal bead was white, but its killing power was comparable to the iron corpse. If these ordinary fiend corpses were as strong as the iron corpse, then it would be really troublesome. Since senior apprentice brother already noticed something was wrong, why didn't you say so earlier? Bailon scolded hatefully. If senior apprentice brother Mo was more serious and didn't place all his attention on Wolf Fang, they would not have been so passive. How would I dare to speak without confirming the situation? Will you take responsibility if something happens? Mo Jingyuan raised his eyebrows and glared at Bailon. This team had Elder Cho's senator, he did not want to find trouble with them. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was getting worse, he would not even want to speak up. There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. Elder, shouldn't we take our time to think about it? Wolf Fang thought of the human-faced Peach King that appeared in the small secret realm. At that time, more than 1,000 disciples almost died there. That's right, Elder, we should be a bit more cautious. Si Yue was also a bit nervous. Cho Sen looked at the increasingly thick red and black clouds in the sky and the never-ending infernal rain. He also felt that something was wrong. Jingyuan, do you have any good suggestions? Cho Sen was not a person who acted arbitrarily. Reporting to Elder, this disciple remembers that there is a resting area on the east side. We can go there first. Mo Jingyuan honestly said. Alright, then we'll go east. Cho Sen immediately controlled the monster monkey Een corpse to go east. Chapter 400. Cho Sen's monster monkey Een corpses led the way. The further they went, the more fake iron corpses there were. Soon, there was a black mass of fake iron corpses. The fake iron corpses had high defense, speed, and killing power. They were very troublesome. If Cho Sen hadn't released the 6 monster monkey Een corpses to pave a bloody path, the disciples wouldn't have been able to move forward. Under Zishang's protection, Yunjoga kept killing fiend corpses and collecting fiend beads to put in the demonic cauldron. Wow, Master, your bamboo grew, but why is it so strange? The little baby exclaimed. After the bamboo absorbed all the fiend beads, it broke out of the ground and grew a small red ball. It gave off a strange light. Yunjoga took the chance to enter the demonic cauldron to take a look. He was curious about this strange thing and really wanted to plant it to see what it was. Master, take this chance to collect more fiend beads. I'll use them to plant a soul seed later, the little baby shouted excitedly. Master was usually too poor. It was rare to have such a good chance to get rich. He had to grasp it. Okay. Yunjoga was also full of fighting spirit. Once she came out of the demonic cauldron, she found that the fiend corpses suddenly moved away from her. They looked like they'd seen a ghost. Your bamboo is very interesting. Zishang also found that something was wrong. He quickly released his monster energy to attract the fiend corpses. Otherwise, if they all ran away, Cho Sen and the others would immediately find out it was Yunjoga's problem. You mean these fiend corpses are afraid of the bamboo? Yunjoga didn't believe it. How could the fiend corpses know the bamboo was in the demonic cauldron? Inside the demonic cauldron, the little baby was shaking his head to guide the aura on the bamboo out. He didn't know he was bringing trouble to Yunjoga. This is just a guess of mine. If I want to verify it, I need to get more fiend beads. Zishang knew the little baby better than Yunjoga, but he didn't think he'd be so brash. Okay, I'll try. Yunjoga raised his evil blade and was about to start killing. The fiend corpses all ran to the side, putting great pressure on Wolf Fong and Nemo Jinyuan. You should dig fiend beads in the back. Zishang quickly stopped Yunjoga and then led the fiend corpses back. All right. Yunjoga looked at the fiendish corpses that littered the ground. Cho Sen's demon monkey had great destructive power, and the others were also busy protecting themselves behind him. No one had the time to dig for baleful pearls, it was really a waste. Although he would be scolded by them for picking up the leftovers, it shouldn't be a problem to dig it up and share it with them. Yunjoga quickly made her decision. The evil weapon's red light swooshed across the zombie's head, and the baleful beads flew into her storage pouch. Bailon was extremely dissatisfied with Yunjoga's actions. She wanted to protest, but when she saw Elder Cho Sen's frosty little face, she immediately swallowed her words. In the current situation, staying alive was more important. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Yunjoga later. Senior apprentice brother Mo, how long until we reach the safe zone? Si Yuyue had killed so many evil corpses that she wanted to vomit. Another 500 meters. Mo Jingyuan's bone dragon abruptly rose into the air, quickly relaying the news. Alright, let's work harder, everyone. Let's kill our way through in one go. Si Yuyue immediately pulled herself together. Wolf Fong and the rest also perked up and followed behind Cho Sen to speed up. An hour later, Yunjoga suddenly heard the sounds of fighting in front of them. Cho Sen also heard it and asked loudly, which sect's disciples are in front? We are from the Soul Devourer sect. Dao friend, please come and save us. An extremely pathetic voice was heard. Cho Sen, who had some friendship with the Soul Devourer sect's Zhou Hua, immediately led his disciples to kill them. The Soul Devourer sect's disciples were covered in a white protective soul weapon over their heads. They were holding magic weapons that looked like fire sticks as they killed the evil corpses. All of them were exhausted, and many of them were injured. When they saw Cho Sen leading reinforcements, they were first overjoyed, then shocked. Elder Cho Sen, why are you here? If you want to live, then cut the crap. Follow behind us and continue forward. Cho Sen coldly threw out a sentence, then continued to kill towards the east. The Soul Devourer sect's disciples tactfully shut up and followed behind Yunjoga and the rest, carving out a bloody path. The safe zone was actually a messy pile of rocks. Tall rocks were piled up haphazardly. Those rocks were also black with a hint of red, but it was already very impressive that they could withstand the corrosion of the baleful rain. When everyone saw the pile of rocks, their spirits rose. They gritted their teeth and charged in. They never thought that as soon as they stepped into the pile of rocks, they would see a large pink net falling from the sky, coming at them. Cho Sen's expression did not change as he made a gesture at the monster monkey-ine corpses. The 6 monster monkey-ine corpses jumped high into the air, sending the pink net flying. Elder Cho Sen. A surprised cry came from the pile of rocks. Following that, several girls wearing peach blossom red robes came out. They were the people from the Joyous Union sect. What do you mean by setting up a trap here? Bailon angrily said. Dao friend misunderstood, we didn't want to set up an ambush, we were worried that the evil corpses would charge in, so we set up a barrier. There were no offensive runes on the net. The Joyous Union sect disciple quickly explained. Bailon wanted to curse again, but she was stopped by Mo Jingyuan. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. They harmed us like this and you're blaming me. Bailan's eyes turned red with anger. Senior brother, don't blame this senior sister. She should have been affected by the baleful rain and her blood qi is surging, so she can't control her temper. Quite a few of us were affected, but it's fine as long as we eat the youth version. The leader of the Joyous Union sect said. This baleful rain really does affect a person's mood. Everyone has a clear heart pill, eat a few. Mo Jinyuan let go of Bailon and took out a bottle of clear heart pills. He ate 2 and then gave it to Wolf Fang. I have my own. Wolf Fang pushed away the pill Mo Jinyuan gave him and took out his own clear heart pill to eat. Mo Jinyuan was not angry, he silently put it away. Bailon did not care about ridiculing this couple. She just poured half a bottle of clear heart pills into her mouth, suppressing the anger in her chest. She was wondering why she was so easily angered this time. She thought it was because of the pressure, she did not think it was the influence of the baleful rain. Elder Cho Sen, fellow Taoists, the disciples of the other sects are all inside. Everyone, follow me. The Joyous Union sect disciple led the way and walked into a tall pile of rocks. Yunjioga followed the Joyous Union sect disciple into the safe zone and found that the disciples of the 5 great sects were all gathered here, all of them looking battered and exhausted. After Cho Sen asked, he found out that everyone had encountered the same situation after entering the Fiend Corp's secret realm. First, it was the baleful rain. Then they were surrounded by normal fiend corpses. Following that, the killing power of the fiend corpses increased greatly, and the 5 great sects all suffered losses. Among them, Joyous Union sect was the worst off, they lost 2 males and 1 female, leaving only 5 females. Elder Cho Sen, before we came in, Elder Peach Blossom told us to be on good terms with your Ine Corpse sect, please give us some pointers. The leader of the Joyous Union sect was an oval-faced beauty called Feng Ling Er. She was at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Those who entered the Fiend Corp's secret realm before, come out and carefully analyze the difference. Cho Sen ordered without any politeness. Chapter 401. Those who could enter the Fiend Corp's secret realm twice were all core disciples of the 5 sections. They were Mo Jingyuan of Corpse sect, Feng Ling Er of Joyful sect, Gui Ming of Thousand Ghost sect, Qian Han of Soul Eater sect, and Li Kuan of Black Fiend sect. These 5 people all told their experiences. In the end, there were only a few points. First, the environment had changed. The land, the clouds, and the smell were all different from before. Second, the pattern had changed. The fiend rain and fiend corpses had overturned the previous pattern. Third, the fiend corpses had changed. They had the strength of iron corpses but were still normal fiend pearls. Everyone was discussing the reason for these changes. Some said a fiend corpse king appeared in the fiend corpse secret realm. Some said the space was chaotic. Some said the secret realm's spirit energy had disappeared and was about to explode. Zi Shang, do you think they're right? Yunjioga sat in the corner and listened to the discussion. She was confused. She wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter another king of the secret realm, right? She was lucky last time with the human-faced Peach King. It was hard to say if it happened again. It doesn't matter. Our goal is the bloody fiend pearls and the treasure map. Cho-sen will definitely use these guys to lure the flying corpses out. You should think about how to deal with the flying corpses. Zishang's concern was very practical. This is really a problem. Yunjoga started to secretly observe the disciples of the 5 sects to see if they would fall for Cho-sen's trap. Just then, a burning gaze landed on her without any disguise. It was as if it was going to burn a hole in her. Yunjoga instinctively looked back and saw a beautiful face. Her big watery eyes were shining and the tear-shaped mole on her cheek was very obvious. It was Yu Sha from Center State Sect. Yunjoga silently looked away. She didn't seem to have revealed any clues about the demonic cauldron. She didn't know why this girl was looking at her like this. Ignore her. Zishang's voice came with a hint of anger. I'm not thinking about her. Yunjoga was wondering why Zishang was suddenly angry. Then she noticed a fragrant wind. Yusha snuck into the corner with a smile and sat close to Yunjoga. She smiled sweetly and said, "You must be senior brother Yunjo from Corpse Sect." "I'm Yunjo, but I really don't deserve to be addressed as senior brother." Her cultivation base was at the early stage of Jade Fiend Foundation establishment. Yunjoga should be the one calling her senior sister or senior. "Senior brother Yunjo, I've heard about you before, and I've always admired you. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind." Yusha handed over a storage pouch to Yunjoga in a fawning manner. There were no restrictions placed on the pouch. The pouch was slightly opened, and one could see that it was filled to the brim with killing pearls. There were at least 1,000 of them. "Miss Yusha, you're too kind. I can't accept a reward without doing anything. I can't accept this." Yunjoga rejected decisively. She did not want to get too close to a dangerous person like Yusha. "I know these murderous pearls are worthless. Unfortunately, I accidentally lost my storage pouch when I was fighting earlier. I don't have anything good on me now." Yusha looked like she was about to cry. It was as if she was feeling inferior for not being able to give the person she loved the most. Of course, Yunjoga was not delusional enough to think that Yusha liked him, but he was a little tempted by these murder pearls. That strange plant and the grass soul seed both needed murderous pearls to cultivate. However, the murderous pearls that she had picked up earlier were not easy to use. She could trade them for something else. "If Miss Yusha wants to trade, I have quite a few pills and charms here. Take a look and see which one you want," Yunjoga said. "Senior brother Yunjio is such a good person. I just happen to be lacking in clear heart pills. Why don't we trade for a bottle?" Yusha's tears immediately turned into a smile. Her pair of beautiful eyes were still glistening with tears as she stared straight at Yunjoga. Her adoration for her was clear as day. "1 bottle is too little. I'll give you 3 bottles of clear heart pills and 2 bottles of spirit recovering pills." Yunjoga handed over the pills. When Yusha took them, she hooked her finger around Yunjoga's palm. Her eyes were especially rippling. Yunjoga's scalp immediately went numb. She had been laughing at Mo Jingyuan for pursuing Wolf Fong earlier, and now it was her turn. Although she looked like a man on the outside, she was a genuine girl on the inside. She was only interested in Zishang. Zishang's eyes, which were hidden behind the yin energy, were as sharp as knives. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a yin corpse, he would have beaten this shameless Yusha to death. "Don't think that you can hide from my eyes just because you possess a woman's body." At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Junior brother Yunjo, you've gone too far. Bailon suddenly stood up and pointed at Yunjoga as she shouted, Elder Cho-sen, we were killing the fiend corpses at the front, but junior brother Yunjo was picking up the baleful beads behind us. You've gone too far. Senior sister Bailon has misunderstood. The baleful beads I picked up are all here. I was going to give them to Elder Cho-sen later. Yunjoga had an innocent expression on his face. Hey, you're clearly trying to take everything for yourself. Elder Cho-sen, please don't fall for it. Bailon had finally managed to grab hold of Yunjoga's weakness. She really wanted to stomp him to death. Shut up. Cho-sen came back to his senses and said impatiently to Bailon, if you have the ability, you can go ahead and dig. No one will stop you. Bailon was speechless. In that situation, it was good enough that she could stay alive. She didn't have the mood to dig up the baleful beads. Once you get it, it's yours. Don't hand it over stupidly. Cho-sen glanced at Yunjoga. To be honest, he didn't care about the baleful beads. Yes. Yunjoga nodded, very convinced. She wouldn't tell Cho-sen that she had dug up more than 10,000 baleful beads. Since Cho-sen didn't want it, she could just give it to the baby in the demonic tripod. The little cute baby immediately piled on top of the strange bamboo, and then squatted beside it to watch its changes. Half of Yunjoga's attention was on the demonic tripod and the other half was on Cho-sen's movements. Given the current situation, we can't just hide here. We have to investigate the situation in the mystic realm. Otherwise, we'll be more and more passive, Cho-sen said in a low voice. The disciples of the 5 sects looked at each other. No one dared to speak. No one wanted to leave this safe zone to face the endless fiend corpses. Yunjoga could understand their feelings. Everyone was afraid of being ordered around by Cho's senator. To be honest, she was afraid herself. Cho-sen glanced at everyone and an inexplicable light flashed through his eyes. Then he continued, before entering the mystic realm, did the sect tell you under what conditions you can leave the mystic realm? Yes. Fengling, and the others nodded. The mystic realm would be open for 10 days. Everyone had to obtain 10,000 normal baleful beads before they could leave. In other words, it was equivalent to 5,000 iron beads, 3,000 copper beads, 1,000 silver beads, 500 iron beads, and 1 flying corpse bead. Do you think you can gather so many baleful beads in your current situation? Cho-sen's question hit the nail on the head. Chapter 402. Fengling, and the others immediately fell silent. When they were surrounded, they only wanted to kill their way out. They were not in the mood to dig for baleful pearls. It was already good to have 1,000, far from 10,000. Now that ordinary corpses were at the level of Iron Corpse, it was very difficult for each of them to gather 10,000 baleful pearls. If you listen to me, I can guarantee that you will complete the mission. Cho-sen began to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Elder Cho-sen, if you have any good ideas, please enlighten us. Fengling said respectfully. You don't want to go out because you are afraid of not having anyone to rely on. If that's the case, we will use this safe zone as our base and form a triangular formation to kill the corpses. Cho-sen looked very confident. Fengling, Li Kun, Thousand Spirits, and the others looked at each other and were a little tempted. That is indeed a good idea. Mo Jingyuan took the initiative to say, in the past, the corpses would not go near the safe zone. If we want to kill them, we have to go deep into the secret zone. There are no safe places to hide there and it is very dangerous. If we can kill the corpses at the entrance of the safe zone, we can come back to rest when we are tired or injured. the danger will be much lower. This is very important. We have to think about it carefully. Feng Ling, and the others did not dare to agree hastily. Everyone is tired today. Rest well and we can reply tomorrow. Chosun knew that they would definitely agree. Senior brother Yunzhou, can I team up with you? Yu Sha said pitifully. Didn't you come with the Black Fiend sect? Yunzhou really did not understand why this girl was relying on him. We're just hitching a ride with them. We're not familiar with the people from the Black Fiend sect. Senior brother Yunzhou, as long as you're willing to team up with me, once I've gathered 10,000 baleful pearls, you can have the rest. Don't worry, I'm very powerful. Jade Fiend kept trying to sell himself. He almost took out a contract to sell himself. Yunzhou believed that Yu Sha was very strong. Other than the 5 demon sects, the other small sects and aristocratic families each had 2 spots, making a total of 10 people. Those people were all dead and only Yu Sha was left. Moreover, she was able to gather more than 1,000 baleful pearls. But because she was so strong, Yunzhou did not dare to believe her and was afraid of being tricked. On top of that, Zishang did not like Yu Sha, so she had even more reason to reject him. I think this Yu Sha is not bad, Master can still trust him. Little Meng Hua suddenly said. How do you know that she's not bad? Yunzhou didn't know that the little boy could tell fortunes apart from planting grass. She gave you all the baleful beads on her body. Of course, it's not bad. The little baby said plausibly. I also gave her the pill, okay? Yunzhou felt that the little baby's reason was too ridiculous. In any case, she's not bad. The adorable little baby was in the wrong. How could it possibly tell Yunzhou that it smelled the scent of 10,000 kills from Yu Sha's body? Although it had been sealed by that pervert Wan Sha for 5,000 years, it couldn't be denied that Wan Sha was still very loyal and infatuated with its master. Yu Sha stared at Yunzhou's changing expression in a daze. No one would have thought that the goddess, who was so strong that people looked up to her, would be so weak after reincarnating. She was so weak that it seemed like she could be poked by a finger. It really made people want to bully her. However, Yu Sha only dared to think about it secretly. Otherwise, when the goddess recovered her memory and cultivation base, she would have to bear the consequences. Yunzhou didn't know that Yu Sha had ill intentions towards her. She even said to Zishang in a sweet and innocent manner, the little baby said that this Yu Sha is not bad. What do you think? Now that the Fiend Corpse Mystery Land was filled with danger, it was always good to have more trustworthy helpers. Zishang's expression was gloomy. If he could, he really wanted to kick Yu Sha out of the Mystery Land. However, the person who was most worried about Yunzhou's safety here was him and the person who possessed Yu Sha. In order to help Yunzhou get the bloody baleful beads, temporary tolerance was necessary. Zishang suppressed the jealousy in his heart and said to Yunzhou calmly, team up with her. Compared to his own feelings, Yunzhou's matters were more important. All right. Yunzhou had complete trust in Zishang. She immediately nodded at Yu Sha. I'll team up with you. Senior brother Yunzhou won't regret it. Yu Sha moved closer to Yunzhou. Her soft chest was pressed against her hand. Yunzhou was instantly speechless. Although she had been pretending to be a man for the past 2 years, she still did not have the intention to be a lesbian. Senior brother Yunzhou, let me tell you. Black Fiend Sex Li Kun and Soul Devourer Sex Qian Hun are interested in that Feng Ling, However, Feng Ling, likes Urine Corp Sex Imo Jingyuan, Yu Sha whispered beside Yunzhou. Really? Yunzhou was a little excited when she heard this gossip. She took a closer look at Li Kun and Thousand Spirits. Li Kun had a single eyelid and a thin mouth. He looked cold and heartless. Thousand Spirits had a baby face and was all smiles. One look and one could tell that he was easy to get along with. The two of them were discussing something together. Every now and then, they would glance in Feng Ling's direction. Feng Ling, on the other hand, was sitting next to Mo Jingyuan and talking softly. The two of them were a perfect match. Just based on their looks alone, they looked like a perfect couple. Feng Ling doesn't know that senior brother Mo likes men. Yunjioge could not help but ask. It's only when you know that there's a challenge. To be able to straighten the Jingu Bang is such a sense of accomplishment, Yu Sha said while grinning. Straighten it? Isn't she afraid of going too far and directly breaking it? Yunjioge asked seriously. He, senior brother Yunjio is so humorous. Yu Sha laughed like a flower. Then, she continued to point at a voluptuous and enchanting woman from the Joyous Union sect and said, I heard that Hu Lingling and Urine Corp sect's Wolf Fang are quite close. Back then, she almost slept with him. Yunjioge recalled how Wolf Fang looked when he was poisoned by the peach blossom charming bone poison. Could it have been this Hu Lingling who poisoned him? Coincidentally, Hu Lingling stood up and twisted her body towards Wolf Fang. Before she could say anything, she was sent flying by Mo Jingyuan's palm. Senior brother Mo, what's the meaning of this? Feng Ling stood up with an extremely unfriendly expression. Although she liked Mo Jingyuan, as the leader of the Joyous Union sect, she had to stand up for her sect's disciples. Senior sister Feng, I just wanted to greet senior brother Wolf Fang. I don't know why senior brother Mo hit me. Junior sister Hu laid on the ground and cried, her breasts bouncing up and down. Many male disciples were watching with great interest. You dare to touch my people? You're courting death. Mo Jingyuan's beautiful face was filled with hostility. Your people. Feng Ling looked at Wolf Fang with disdain, as if she was looking at a little bitch. Wolf Fang's face was cold, as if he did not know who the little bitch Feng Ling was talking about was. Jin Chuan, Si Yue, and Jin Yanwei surrounded Cho Sen and fawned over him. Bai Lan's eyes were fixed on Yunjioge, while Yu Zian was still calculating. No one came out to smooth things over, and the scene immediately became awkward. Chapter 403. If you have the energy to fight over a girl, why don't you save it for tomorrow? Cho Sen said coldly. The sparks immediately cooled down. Mo Jingyuan sat next to Wolf while Feng Ling pulled Hu Lingling back to joyful sect. Although everyone quietened down, their faces were uneasy. They seemed worried about tomorrow's cooperation. Senior brother Yunjio, don't worry. I'll protect you tomorrow. Yu Sha blinked and bumped Yunjio Ji's arm with her full chest. Yunjio Gu had goosebumps. He quietly moved closer to Zishang. Zishang looked at Yu Sha silently. If Wan Sha was next to him, he would be a little worried. However, that brat wanted to use a woman's body to seduce Yunjio Gu. He really thought too highly of himself. The disciples of the 5 sects all had their own thoughts. The night passed without words. The next day, outside the safe zone, there were still corpses everywhere. Fortunately, the rain had finally stopped. The rain has stopped and the bronze corpses have appeared. I don't need to explain how dangerous it is. I hope everyone can earn enough baleful pearls today to leave the secret realm as soon as possible. Cho Sen said seriously. Yes. The disciples nodded. No one dared to joke around with their lives. Next, Cho Sen started to explain the formation to fight against the corpses. He would lead the Yin Corps sect disciples in the middle road. Joyful sect and Soul Eater sect would be on his sides. Further out would be Thousand Ghosts Sect and Black Fiend Sect. Although these two sects were a little far from Cho Sen, they were closer to the safe zone, so they didn't have any objections. Arrange yourselves. It's best if two teams take turns to kill the corpses. Cho Sen meant for each sect to arrange themselves. This way, they could save energy and have time to dig for the baleful pearls. Otherwise, it would be a waste if they killed the corpses. Yes. Fong Ling Er and the others immediately arranged. Black Fiend Sexley Kun glanced at Yusha. Yusha quickly pulled Yunjo Ji's sleeve. Yunjo Guk immediately understood and said to Cho Sen, "Elder, Lady Yusha will come with me." Cho Sen glanced at Yusha and said indifferently, "Up to you." Een Corp sect was under the most pressure in the middle road. Having more people would help. "Thank you, Elder." Yusha politely replied and then smiled sweetly at Yunjo-gu. Yunjo-gu had goosebumps all over his body again. He quietly pulled Zishang and followed behind Cho Sr. "Let's go." Cho Sen released the 6 monster monkey Een corpses and led everyone out of the safe zone. As far as the eye could see, the mountains and plains were covered in pitch-black evil corpses, and the sight of them caused their scalps to go numb and their legs to go weak. Yunjo-gu could not help but swallow his saliva. To be honest, if Cho Sen had not entered the arcane realm and played a leading role among the disciples of the 5 sects, the disciples of the 5 sects might not even have the courage to walk out of the safe zone. Begin. Cho Sen calmly waved his hand and the 6 monster monkey Een corpses charged at the fiend corpses. On the Een Corp sect side, Mo Jinyuan, Si Yuyue, Jin Chuan, and Yu Zian were in the first echelon. Bai Lan, Jin Yanwei, and Wolf Fong were the second echelon, responsible for digging baleful pearls. With Zishang around, Yunjo-gu did not have to go to the front lines. He only had to concentrate on digging baleful pearls at the back. Yusha's magic weapon was a bronze mirror carved with a picture of 10,000 devils. Not only could the red light it emitted kill ferocious corpses, but it could also affect the movements of the surrounding ferocious corpses. Zishang's weapon was a long blade condensed from Een energy, and it was incomparably sharp. The two of them stood side by side in front of Yunjo-gu, and their coordination was very good. Wave after wave of ferocious corpses fell behind them. Yunjo-gu followed behind them, happily digging baleful pearls. The other teams would rotate every hour, but Yusha and Zishang kept on, not showing any signs of exhaustion. Bai Lan sneaked a glance and was so jealous that she almost went crazy. In a moment of carelessness, the fiend corpse grabbed her arm and almost pulled her in. Luckily, Mo Jinyuan commanded the bone dragon in time to help her resolve the crisis. "If you want to live, focus. Don't think about those useless things." Mo Jinyuan glared at Bai Lan fiercely. If it were not for the fact that they were from the same mountain, he would not care if she died. Bai Lan's expression was very ugly, but she did not dare to be distracted. She focused on fighting the fiend corpses. The weakness of these fake iron corpses was their chests. After getting used to it, killing them would be very fast. 2 hours later, everyone had accumulated several thousand baleful pearls, and their fighting spirit was getting higher and higher. At this moment, a bronze color appeared in the distance. "Everyone, be careful. The bronze corpses are coming. Their weakness is their necks," Mo Jinyuan reminded everyone loudly. Everyone's expression turned serious, and they were all on guard against the bronze corpses' attacks. The bronze corpses had higher defense and attack power than the iron corpses. They were especially fast, and were extremely difficult to deal with. However, Yusha's copper mirror happened to restrain the bronze corpse's speed. "Kill this side." Yusha controlled the copper mirror to cover a group of bronze corpses. Zishang immediately chopped off the heads of the bronze corpses. Yunjoga used his evil saber to cut open the bronze corpses' heads, but found that the baleful pearls inside were still white. They were just a little bigger than normal ferocious corpses. Senior brother Mo, the baleful pearls of these bronze corpses are still white, Yunjoga asked loudly. How is that possible? Mo Jingyuan frowned. These bronze corpses were no different from the ones that appeared in the secret realm. Why weren't the baleful pearls bronze? Senior brother Mo, could it be that these iron corpses and bronze corpses are real, but their baleful pearls have been drained of their power by something? Feng Ling guessed. Now is not the time to study this. Mo Jingyuan looked up at the gradually gathering black and red clouds and said, let's quickly kill more before the baleful rain arrives. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the pitter-patter of the baleful rain descended. No one dared to fight it head-on in the rain, so they could only retreat to the safe zone. The bronze corpses could not enter, so they kept swaying outside. When the rain stops, the silver corpses will appear. Mo Jingyuan sighed. The silver corpses would definitely be more difficult to deal with. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight on. Cho Sen's expression was cold, but his heart was very excited. As long as things went smoothly, the flying corpses would appear soon. Yunjoga had the same idea. When the flying corpses appeared, they must find out their weaknesses. Only then would they have the confidence to kill one alone with Zishang. This time, the baleful rain stopped very quickly. Cho Sen immediately urged everyone to go out and kill the enemies. Very quickly, the silver corpses appeared and the disciples of the 5 sects began to die. The 10,000 Ghost sect and Black Fiend sect that were farther away from Cho Sen each had a male disciple die. Hu Lingling and Bai Lan were heavily injured. The two of them returned to the safe zone to bandage their wounds before quickly entering the battle. In this situation, if they didn't take the chance to dig out more baleful pearls, it would be very hard to collect 10,000. Don't think about others helping you, everyone was only thinking about their own lives. Like this, the baleful rain fell twice and the golden corpses finally appeared. Yunjoga looked at the golden light in the distance and felt his throat go dry. Feng Ling, and the others immediately turned around to rush back to the safe zone, but they found a row of monster monkey-eaten corpses standing behind them. Cho Sen's brows were filled with hostility. Chapter 404. Elder Cho Sen, what is the meaning of this? Feng Ling 1,000 spirits, Li Kuan, and Gue Ming's expressions all changed. I also want to ask you what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill the other disciples by running now? Cho Sen's eyes seemed like he could see through their thoughts. Feng Ling and the others' faces turned white. Although they did not have enough infernal beads, as long as they split the number of dead disciples, they would be able to reach the required amount. As for the other disciples not having enough, they would just have to fight for it themselves. Who would care about that much? This matter could be done in secret, but it wouldn't look good if they did it out in the open. Senior apprentice sister, save us. Hu Lingling and the others who were blocking at the front all begged for mercy, they couldn't hold on much longer. Either we live together or we die together, you can choose for yourselves. Cho Sen of course did not want to save Hu Lingling and the others, but defeating this wave of golden corpses would attract the flying corpses, they could not afford to make a mistake at this critical moment. Elder is right, it was our mistake. 1,000 Spirits was very sensible as he took out his magic weapon to join the battle. Elder Cho Sen was temperamental and could not be relied on. If they were at odds with their fellow disciples at this time, their situation would be even worse. Feng Ling Li Kuan, and Gue Ming also realized this point and immediately returned to their sects to help. The silver corpses gradually retreated and the golden corpses gradually approached. There were two kinds of golden corpses. One kind was thin and weak. Although their defense wasn't high, they were very fast and had a strong killing power. The other kind was tall and strong. Although they were very slow, the dark golden light they emitted had a strong defense, making people's hearts tremble. The 5 sect disciples all wanted to die when they saw the golden corpses covering the mountains. Luckily Chosen released 6 more monster monkey-eaten corpses and scattered them into a large triangle formation among the 5 sections. He also had the 5 sect disciples form a small triangle formation with 2 monster monkey-eaten corpses. The monster monkey-eaten corpses could use their infernal chi to create a strong defense, so the 5 sect disciples were able to resist the attacks of the golden corpses. Originally they had split into 2 groups to take turns, but now they could only choose the most heavily injured person to dig out the infernal beads. But digging out the infernal beads was not easy. Not only did they have to go all out to dig out the infernal beads, they also had to be careful of being ambushed by the corpses. Yunjoga was no exception. At this time, Yusha was standing on the left side of the monster monkey-eaten corpse, holding the bronze mirror and shining it on the speed-type golden corpses running at the front. Zishang stood to the right of the monstrous monkey-eaten corpse. A long blade condensed from Yin Chi suddenly chopped down, then suddenly turned into small blades, appearing strange and unpredictable. Yunjoga only cared about digging up baleful pearls. The golden corpse's baleful bead was no longer pale white, but had a faint golden hue. They were placed in piles on the strange branches by the little cute baby. It looked very spectacular. After eating so much, there should be some changes. The little baby muttered as he squatted beside the strange branch. In order to raise this stupid thing, he didn't even care about his favorite grass soul seed. He used all the spirit energy in the demonic tripod to worship it. If it still couldn't grow, then don't blame me for using extreme methods to help it grow. He didn't know if it had heard the little baby's thoughts, but the red ball changed again. The red light grew upwards and elongated into a red tree. However, its branches and leaves were all made of black mist. The mist was like a dream, like it had a mysterious power that could pull people's minds in. Heavens, it's actually the soul-returning wood. The little baby jumped up from the ground exaggeratedly. Soul-returning wood, isn't that one of the 4 sacred woods? Yunjoga was also extremely shocked. That's right, it's one of the 4 sacred woods. If someone loses their soul, they just need to use this wood to refine a pill for them. Even if their soul returns to the underworld, they can come back. Although the little baby had 5 or 6,000 years of history, this was the first time he had seen the soul-returning wood. It was no wonder he couldn't recognize it at first. Then we're rich. Yunjoga was a bit excited. A treasure that could save a life was always the most valuable. Please, other people would use this treasure as a family heirloom. How could they sell it for money? The little baby had a disapproving expression. He felt that after his master reincarnated, his mind had become stupid. How could this kind of priceless treasure be measured with money? I'm just saying. Do you really think I'm stupid? Yunjoga rolled her eyes at the little baby in annoyance. While she was distracted, a speed-type golden corpse suddenly broke through the demon monkey's defense and grabbed at her. Before she could take out her evil blade, Zishang and Yusha had already attacked the golden corpse at the same time. The golden corpse was instantly blown to pieces. Zishang snatched the baleful bead and brought it in front of Yunjoga. Yusha was a bit depressed that her limelight was stolen. She looked at Zishang strangely and said, "Senior brother Yunjo, your Yin corpse is not bad." She purposely gritted her teeth and emphasized the word Yin corpse. It's all right. Yunjoga didn't dare to say more. If Cho Sen found out that Zishang, this 1,000-year-old corpse, was a fake, it would be troublesome. Zishang couldn't speak as he was a Yin corpse. He was too lazy to transmit his voice to Yusha. He turned the Yin Chi blade in his hand and slashed a few golden corpses at Yusha. Yusha panicked and almost got hit. She said to Yunjoga with grievance, "Senior brother Yunjo, your Yin corpses are bullying me. That's too much." Yunjoga pretended she didn't hear it. Of course she would protect Zishang between Yusha and Zishang. Zishang's reply was to slash a few more golden corpses over. Yusha didn't dare say another word. She could only curse in her heart. That damn Zishang, he was still as stingy, overbearing, and sinister as before. Yunjoga quickly dug out the baleful bead of the golden corpses and looked over the others. Si Yue, Jin Yanwei, and the others were quite relaxed around Cho Senator. The other Yin Corp sect disciples were also fine. After all, the 3 monster monkey Yin corpses protecting Cho Sen were the strongest. They were all late Foundation establishment stage cultivators. The disciples of the other 5 sects were in a much more difficult situation. Even the strongest Feng Ling Heir and 1,000 spirits were injured. The others could only bitterly hold on. But they didn't dare retreat. They were relying on the monster monkey Yin corpses to hold them back. Offending Cho Sen would mean certain death. Be careful, the flying corpses are coming. Zishang raised his head to look at the thick red and black clouds. He saw the fiendish rain begin to fall again. The speed golden corpses suddenly all turned around and retreated to the side of the defensive golden corpses. Like soldiers hearing the general's order to assemble, the originally scattered formation became incomparably orderly. The speed golden corpses no longer ran around. Instead, they hid behind the defensive golden corpses and formed a spear and shield formation, giving everyone a large amount of pressure. Flying corpses, it must be the flying corpses. Elder, let's quickly return to the safe zone. That's right, we've collected enough baleful beads. As long as we can hold on for another 5 days, we'll be able to leave the secret realm. The disciples of the 5 sects were scared out of their wits when they saw the golden corpses formation. They couldn't wait to return to the safe zone and hide. Chapter 405. If you can't kill the flying corpses, none of you can think about going back. Cho Sen's cold and cruel voice rang out amidst the fiendish rain. The safe zone behind them exploded with a bang. The first half of the safe zone was immediately occupied by the silver corpses, forming a natural moat between the disciples and the rest of the safe zone. If he wanted to return to the safe zone now, he would have to pay a greater price. Elder, are you crazy? Feng Ling screamed hysterically. Even the Yin Corp sect disciples were so angry that their eyes turned red. This was their only way to survive. The mystic realm has changed a long time ago. You can only survive by killing the flying corpses. You should be glad that I'm here. Otherwise, you'd all be dead. Cho Sen did not care about the hatred these disciples had for him. As long as they could help him kill the flying corpses, that was enough. Although the disciples of the 5 sects hated Cho Sen, they did not dare to offend him. In the end, it was Feng Ling who broke the death-like silence. Elder Cho Sen, if we help you kill the flying corpses, can you guarantee that you won't kill us or snatch our baleful beads? I'm not interested in your lives or your baleful beads. As long as you help me kill a flying corpse, I can guarantee that you will return to the safe zone. Then, you can leave the Fiend Corp's secret realm in glory. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. A light flashed in Cho Sen's eyes and the monster monkey Yin corpses scattered around them stomped their feet, causing the entire ground to shake. I hope Elder can keep his word, Feng Ling said through gritted teeth. Qian Hun, Li Kun, Gui Ming, and the others remained silent. Now that things had come to this, what else could they do but obey? You don't have to worry too much. Apart from being able to command the golden corpses, the flying corpses' biggest characteristic is their invisibility. I'll use a charm to break their invisibility later. Everyone just needs to use their divine sense to carefully sense it, then we'll be able to attack it. Cho Sen slapped his storage bag and took out another 10 monster monkey-yin corpses, forming an inverted triangle with the original formation. A total of 32 high-level monster monkey-yin corpses finally calmed the hearts of the disciples of the 5 sections. It was then that the golden corpses began their assault. Wave after wave of golden corpses surged over. Although the defense of the 32 monster monkey-yin corpses was shocking, their numbers were limited. Yunjoga and the others were like a small boat in a golden ocean, bobbing up and down in the waves as they welcomed the attacks with trepidation. Wolf Fang's cultivation was the lowest among the Yin Corp sect disciples, and he had only been in Foundation establishment for 2 years. This kind of strong attack was extremely taxing on him. At this time, his forehead was full of sweat, and his long and narrow eyes were a little unfocused. His chest was heaving up and down violently, and the blood-red bone spurs were circling around him, almost instinctively attacking the golden corpses. There were countless times when he thought that he would collapse, but the tenacity brought about by surviving in the wolf pack allowed him to persevere. However, the most important thing was that Mo Jingyuan had helped him a lot. Mo Jingyuan's bone dragon was also a rare treasure that could use baleful qi, so compared to the other disciples, the pressure on him was much lower. He could even take care of Wolf a little. Wolf Fang panted heavily. Although this flirtatious senior brother Mo Jingyuan was very annoying, he had to admit that he had helped him a lot. If he could leave the Fiend Corp's secret domain alive, he would remember this favor. However, when he thought about leaving this place alive, Wolf did not have the slightest confidence. The flying corpses had yet to appear, and everyone was already on the brink of collapse. Could they really persevere until then? Wolf Fang's scattered thoughts floated back to the small mystic domain from a long time ago. At that time, it was all thanks to Yunjoga's help that they managed to escape. He did not know if she would have such good luck again. Wolf Fang could not help but look at Yunjoga, but he saw her hiding in the back, digging for baleful beads, not even daring to shrink her head. He must be crazy to actually rely on someone at Qi Refinement Great Perfection to think of a solution. He might as well hope that Elder Cho Sen would be merciful and let them return to the safe zone. Cho Sen had his hands behind his back, and he was completely focused on the black-red clouds in the sky, ignoring the golden corpse's attacks. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the baleful rain gradually stopped, and so did the golden corpse's attacks. However, no one felt happy at all. The baleful rain stopped, and the flying corpses appeared. Yunjoga had just gotten angry at this thought when she saw the clouds rolling over from afar. A black figure mixed with the dense baleful qi pounced towards everyone. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Pu Lingling's body was suddenly grabbed by the flying corpse into the air, and she was instantly torn into countless pieces of flesh. Blood rained down on everyone's heads and faces. One person had been killed in just one move. The disciples of the 5 sects all turned pale with fear. Cho Sen's eyes glowed, and a strange red talisman fell onto the flying corpse. This was a 5th grade divine sense restriction. It was usually used by the elders of the clan on their beloved juniors to protect their juniors' divine sense. Now that Cho Sen used it on the flying corpse, it instantly scattered the baleful qi, revealing a human-shaped black fog. The black fog appeared in front of everyone for a moment, and then quickly disappeared. The disciples were even more flustered. An invisible enemy was the scariest. Use your divine sense to sense my talisman and you'll be able to find it. Cho-sen summoned his bloodthirsty bat bone spur, and stabbed it towards the empty west side. The flying corpse's figure immediately flashed, and once again disappeared, but it couldn't escape Cho-sen's attack. The other disciples of the five sects swept out with their divine senses, and found the flying corpse. Their minds shook, and they immediately sent out their strongest attacks. Although the monster monkey corpse's attack power was strong, it didn't have divine sense to use, so it could only focus on defense. This was also the reason why Cho-sen wanted the disciples of the five sects to stay. Everyone attacked the flying corpse with all their might and managed to deal quite a bit of damage to it. In particular, Cho-sen acted as if he had killed his father. Every time the bloodthirsty bat's bone spur attacked, it would take away a chunk of the flying corpse's baleful aura. Under the bombardment, the baleful aura on the flying corpses disappeared rapidly. The disciples of the five sects became more and more courageous as they fought. They all wanted to take down the flying corpse in one go. Yunjoga did not attack with the others. Instead, he hid behind the purple deceased sword and carefully observed the flying corpses. The flying corpses were extremely fast and nimble in the air. It was all thanks to Mo Jingyuan, Fengling, and the rest that their imperial equipment attacks were strong enough. Otherwise, they would not have been able to catch up to the flying corpse's speed. However, the most powerful one was still Cho's senator. His attack power was strong and he was well prepared, causing great damage to the flying corpses. No matter how Yunjoga looked at it, he felt that Cho-sen's method of dealing with flying corpses was not suitable for the purple deceased sword. The spiritual sense restriction charm that Cho-sen had just used had cost him at least 10 years of cultivation, and it was specifically used to break the flying corpse's invisibility ability. Zi Shang did not have such a treasure. No matter how Yunjoga thought about it, he could not think of a way to deal with the flying corpses. But if he couldn't obtain the bloody baleful bead, what would he do about the 9 layers of broken bones in her body? This was only the 3rd layer of poison. It would be even harder to find the antidote in the future. What should he do? Yunjoga was confused, and he was filled with despair. Chapter 406. Master, this is very simple. You just need to cultivate the grass soul seed and it will run to the flying corpse. The little baby's voice sounded in Yunjoga's mind. Isn't the grass soul seed only used to cultivate corpses? How can it be used on fiend corpses? Yunjoga was confused. Originally it wouldn't work, but I recently poured some secret medicine on it. Whether it's a corpse or a fiend corpse, it's all the same to it. If Master's luck is good and the grass soul seed can swallow the flying corpse, you'll have a ready-made flying corpse little brother. In order to perform well in front of his master, the little baby also put in a lot of effort to cultivate the grass soul seed. Otherwise, if it only knew how to pour water, it wouldn't be qualified to be his master's magic treasure. The previous owner was very cruel and would never raise useless things. Then hurry up and cultivate the grass soul seed. Yunjoga was excited. Master, you just need to send in another 1,000 baleful beads and I can immediately cultivate the grass soul seed for you, the little baby vowed. No problem. Yunjoga was full of fighting spirit. He looked at the golden corpse on the ground as if he was looking at a treasure. He picked up the evil knife and started digging. After he was done, he sneaked over to Cho-sen to fish in troubled waters. At this time, Cho-sen and the disciples of the 5 sects were fighting the flying corpses with all their might. They didn't care about these baleful beads. Yunjoga very smoothly dug out 1,000 baleful beads and sent them into the demonic cauldron. The little baby happily took the grass soul seed and then arranged it into a formation. He muttered, "Baby, baby, grow up quickly. When you grow up, you'll become a demon doll. You'll eat meat and drink blood. You'll eat bones and souls." Such evil words made Yunjoga speechless. He felt that the grass soul seed would be planted crookedly by the little baby, but he couldn't care too much in this situation. As the little baby muttered, the grass soul seed slowly sprouted and turned into a palm-sized gray person. It had a round head, a short neck, a round body, thin arms, and thin legs. It looked quite cute. However, the gray round face had no facial features. It looked a bit strange. Master, hurry up and drip blood to make it recognize you as its master. Then you can let it eat the flying corpse, the little baby hurried. Yunjoga bit his index finger and gave a drop of blood to the demonic tripod. The little adorable child held the drop of blood and placed it on the face of the little gray person. Its facial features gradually appeared. It was exquisite and beautiful, and its temperament was outstanding. It looked exactly the same as Yunjoga. Why does he look like me? Yunjoga felt strange. After drinking your blood, of course I'll look like you. Master's blood is the most powerful, the little baby said matter-of-factly. Back then, it had attached itself to the black-skinned mouse to search for its master. Because it had been too long, it had become muddle-headed. In the end, it had to drink a drop of its master's blood to awaken completely. What should we do next? Let them out and bite the flying corpses. Yunjoga felt that it was better not to dwell on these details. In any case, it was fine as long as they could catch the flying corpse. Of course not. The little cute baby grabbed the little gray person, then looked at the gaze and said excitedly, "Now is not the time." Yunjoga suspiciously followed the little baby's gaze and saw that the flying corpse in the air had been scattered by Cho's senator. It could die at any moment. But Cho-sen did not relax his vigilance. Instead he gathered everyone together and warned, "The flying corpse will go berserk when it's about to die. This is the hardest time to deal with, so you must be careful." As soon as his voice fell, the flying corpse's hazy figure was suddenly filled with a blood mist. Then it turned into gold, silver, copper, and iron colors and charged forward at an even faster speed. The disciples of the 5 sects were already prepared and immediately hid behind the monster monkey-eaten corpses. They never thought that the flying corpse would grab the 2 monster monkey-eaten corpses and instantly tear them to pieces. Cho-sen's pupils shrank. Although he already knew that the flying corpse's dying strike would be very terrifying, he never thought it would be this terrifying. He gritted his teeth and gathered the monster monkey-eaten corpses together, compressing them into a line of defense in front of the 5 sects disciples, allowing them to continue their attack. But the berserk flying corpse was very strong. It fought the monster monkey-eaten corpses with its bare hands, just like a lion entering a flock of sheep. What was even more terrifying was that the weapons of the 5 sects disciples could only leave shallow marks on its body. Most of Mo Jingyuan's bone dragon was scattered by the flying corpse's palm. Cho-sen's blood-sucking bat was also thrown into its mouth and was bitten to pieces with a kacha sound. Following that, 3 more male disciples were caught by the flying corpse and eaten, even their souls were swallowed. 12 of the 32 monster monkey-eaten corpses had been destroyed and the remaining ones were missing arms and legs. They could only barely maintain a defensive barrier to block the golden corpse's attack. After the flying corpse ate the flesh, the killing intent on its body became even stronger. It was comparable to a late golden core stage cultivator, making people feel despair. Even Cho-sen felt a bit regretful. "Elder, please let us go, I don't want to die here." Fong-ling Air collapsed as she cried. "Elder, where there's life, there's hope. These flying corpses are too strong and we're not its match. How about we return to the safe zone and discuss countermeasures?" Yue couldn't help saying. The disciples of the 5 sects had already collapsed. If they continued, they would be completely wiped out. There's no turning back now. Cho-sen gritted his teeth and said, "This flying corpse is sinister and cunning, it's cruel and cold. If we turn around and run now, we'll only be swallowed by it. The disciples of the 5 sects were in despair. There were even a few people who were paralyzed on the ground, already waiting for death. Zishang and Yusha quickly returned to Yunjoga's side, preparing to bring Yunjoga back to the safe zone if the situation turned bad. Yunjoga looked at such a strong and terrifying flying corpse and felt his scalp go numb. This was a monster that was impossible to destroy. Could the grass soul seed really swallow him? At this moment, the little baby's excited voice suddenly sounded, "All right, we can go." "Hey, wait." Yunjoga quickly stopped him, but it was too late. The little baby excitedly threw the little gray person in his hand out, turning into a gray light that drilled into the flying corpse amidst the rain of blood. The light on the flying corpse's body immediately increased, as if it had fallen into chaos. "It's starting to eat, it's starting to eat." The little baby clapped his hands and shouted, just short of cheering for the grass soul seed. "Is it really effective?" Yunjoga found it hard to believe that such a powerful flying corpse was really going to be destroyed. "Of course, don't you know who planted it?" The little baby looked proud. Yunjoga was happy at first, but then he realized a very serious problem. After the grass soul seed swallows the flying corpse, will it immediately recognize me as its master? Of course, the grass soul seed is as loyal to you as I am to you. The little baby took the opportunity to confess, but Yunjoga's face was crumbling. If this flying corpse recognized her as its boss in front of Cho Sen and the disciples of the 5 sects, then everyone would know that she had a secret. Wasn't that courting death? Chapter 407. I can only use it at this time. The little baby felt wronged. Although the grass soul seed it cultivated was very powerful, it couldn't kill the flying corpse at its peak. It could only attack when the flying corpse was at its weakest. Then can you let the flying corpse leave first? At least don't come to me in front of so many people. Yunjoga took a step back. I'll give it a try. The little baby closed his eyes and began to mutter again. After a while, he said apologetically, I can't. Why? Yunjoga frowned. If it really recognized him as its master, then it should be very obedient. Because the grass soul seed failed to devour and the flying corpse is about to explode. The little baby said with a serious face. Fuck. Yunjoga's eyes widened as he looked over. He saw the flying corpse in the sky flickering with 4 colors, gold, silver, copper, and iron. The red light on its chest was so hot that it looked like a small red sun, emitting a terrifying light. Cho Sen's face revealed a frightened expression. He immediately had the demon monkey Yin corpse lead the disciples of the 5 sects to quickly retreat. Zishang rushed over like lightning, grabbing Yunjoga and leaving in the opposite direction. Yusha also desperately followed. The 2 of them were faster than everyone else, and in the blink of an eye, they were several miles away from the flying corpse. They never thought that after the flying corpse let out a pained and angry roar, it would use a desperate stance to fly towards Yunjoga. With a loud bang, the explosion of the flying corpse sent all the nearby golden corpses flying. Wolf Fang and the others who were several miles away were also blown away by the blast. When they got up, they saw a large crater in the distance. Junior brother Yunjo, Junior brother Yunjo. Wolf Fang shouted with a hoarse voice, but no one answered. Jin Chuan and the others all had heavy expressions. They knew that Yunjoga must have been blown to pieces. Cho Sen stood beside the large crater with an ashen face. His eyes were bloodshot and his fists were tightly clenched. He didn't care if Yunjoga was dead or alive. He was just sad that he had carefully planned everything, but he still couldn't get the flying corpse's blood fiend bead. Elder, the flying corpse exploding was unexpected. Let's go back and think of a countermeasure. We'll come back next time. Cue comforted him. Let's return to the safe zone. Cho Sen exhaled heavily, turned around, and left. No matter what, he had already accumulated experience in dealing with flying corpses. When the Fiend Corp's secret territory opened again, he would definitely be able to successfully obtain the Bloody Fiend Pearl. Before Cue left, she took one last look at the crater. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Yunjoga had died at such a young age. Yunjoga woke up in a daze and found himself lying on a patch of grass in a small forest. She looked at the cold sky above her head in confusion. She was surrounded by long grass, a green forest on her left, and a stream on her right. His nose was no longer filled with the disgusting stench of the Fiend Corp's secret realm, but with the smell of grass and soil. Could she have already left the Fiend Corp's secret realm? No, she remembered that in the Fiend Corp's secret realm, the flying corpses had rushed in front of them and exploded. Zishang hugged her and took all the damage. Then, he fell into the distorted space with her. Decease, decease. Yunjoga shouted in panic. Don't shout so loudly. I'm fine. A weak voice sounded in Yunjoga's mind. Yunjoga quickly rolled up her sleeves. The purple mark on her wrist was still there, but the color was very dim. No matter what, as long as Zishang was still alive, it was fine. What was that flying corpse explosion? Zishang thought of the flying corpse's desperate stance and suspected that something had happened to Yunjoga. It's that stupid little baby. He said that the grass soul seed he cultivated could devour flying corpses. Thinking of this, Yunjoga wanted to beat the little baby up. Little Manghua, you know what to do. Something must have happened. Zishang did not intend to blame little Manghua. I'll call it out and ask. Yunjoga was about to contact the demonic tripod when she realized in horror that her meridians were in chaos. The 9-layer bone-shattering poison in her dantian spread throughout her body, completely blocking the circulation of spiritual power. Not only had she lost contact with the demonic tripod, but she could not open her storage bag either. Even worse, her disguise had been removed. She had returned to her female appearance. It blocked the explosion for us. It probably hasn't recovered yet, Zishang comforted Yunjoga. Your injury is only temporary. Don't worry too much. If you're a girl, then so be it. There have been cases of men turning into women in the corpse sect, Zishang comforted Yunjoga. The illusion grass he had given Yunjoga was limited. Yunjoga could not be a man forever. She would have to find a chance to change sex. Fortunately, this was not rare in the evil sect. All right. Yunjoga did not know what to say anymore. She felt pain all over her body, especially her left leg, which was excruciating. Did you break a bone? Zishang noticed Yunjoga's abnormality. I think so. Yunjoga gasped as he carefully rolled up his trouser leg. His fair calf had been fractured and deformed. Zishang was seriously injured. Her cultivation was gone and her leg was disabled. She couldn't be more miserable. It's okay. When I recover, everything will be better. Zishang's voice was very calm and firm. Okay. Yunjoga quickly calmed down after her panic. She searched the ground for a relatively large tree branch. Then, she tore off the hem of her gown. She clenched her teeth and straightened her leg bone. Only then did she tie it up tightly. After doing all this, she was sweating profusely. Leave this forest after daybreak. Find someone to ask about the situation as soon as possible, Zishang said. There's not much time left until daybreak. I'll leave now. Yunjoga used two thick branches as crutches to get up with difficulty. Then, she walked upstream along the stream. After walking for about an hour, when the sun was in the middle of the sky, Yunjoga finally saw a small village in the distance. She immediately became spirited. As long as there were people, they would know what this place was. If she could find some spirit grass to suppress the poison in her body, she would be able to use the things in the storage bag. Don't rush in. Let's check the situation first. Zishang stopped Yunjoga's excited footsteps. Okay. Yunjoga calmed herself down and sneakily walked along the remote path towards the village. It was broad daylight, but there was not a single person in the village. It was eerily quiet. When she reached the center of the village, she heard a sorrowful voice. Great messenger, please let my daughter live. She's still young. She's still young. Shut up. If you dare to stop me again, I'll kill your entire village. An arrogant voice rang out. Yunjoga hid nearby and peeked out. The scene in front of her immediately shocked her. Chapter 408. In the middle of the village stood a group of dark blue armed soldiers. In the middle was a black-robed, shifty-eyed middle-aged man. The black-robed emissary was holding on to an 8-year-old girl with a sluggish expression as if she had been hypnotized. In front of them was a group of villagers kneeling and begging for mercy. Among them, a village woman in tattered clothes was kowtowing and begging for mercy. From the looks of it, it was her child who had been kidnapped. Yunjoga was not surprised by the act of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. What surprised her was that these people looked very different from ordinary people. They all had light gray skin, slightly red eyes, and light purple lips. Among these people, the villagers had the darkest skin, which was dark gray. Their lips were also very dark. The soldiers' skin was brownish gray, while the black-robed emissaries was light gray. The 8-year-old girl's skin was slightly white, and her eyes were black and bright. She looked very similar to the humans outside. Although these people's strange skin made them look like they were terminally ill, their loud cries and curses showed that they were very healthy. Yunjoga looked down at her pale palms. Even though she still had a ptomaine face, she was much more normal than those natives. These people are strange. Don't come into contact with them. Let's leave this place first. Zishang said. Before figuring out the strangeness of this place, he would rather have Yunjoga hide in a corner and slowly wait for her injuries to heal than let her come into contact with these dangerous people. No rush. Let's wait and see. Yunjoga finally met someone. How could she bear to leave without getting some information? Sir Emissary, you don't have to care about these unruly people. Let's take this seed back first. The soldier leader said fawningly. They did not care about these unruly people. You guys do as you see fit. The black-robed emissary nodded. This time, the edict required him to collect 16 little girls. He had only completed half of the task. He still had work to do. Chui chui. The skinny village woman saw her daughter being taken away and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Probably because the hearts of mother and daughter were connected, the originally sluggish little girl trembled and suddenly woke up. Seeing that her mother was blocked by a group of strangers, she let out a sorrowful scream. A gray aura suddenly rose from her dantian and spread throughout her body. Her originally fair skin began to turn gray, her eyes red, and her lips purple, just like her mother. Yunjoga's pupils constricted. She could clearly see that the little girl's body had suddenly exploded with a murderous aura. Could it be that the villagers also had murderous aura? If they were affected by the baleful aura, why didn't they die? Damn it. When the black-robed messenger saw the little girl's skin turn gray, he immediately raised his hand in rage and slapped the little girl away. Tsuetsue. Tsuetsue's mother scrambled over to pick up her daughter. Her heart ached as she looked at the gray blood oozing out of the corners of her mouth and nose. Lord Envoy, we've lost another good seed. What should we do? The leader of the soldiers was also anxious. This was the best seed they had found during this period of time. They didn't expect it to be contaminated at this critical moment. The black-robed emissary glared at the villagers with his triangular eyes. A vicious glint flashed across his eyes as he coldly spat out a line of words: "Contaminated seeds must be washed clean with blood." Yes. When the soldiers heard this order, they immediately nodded. They drew out the long sabers from their waists and pointed them at the villagers. "Lord, spare us! Lord, spare us!" The villagers cried out in panic. Seeing that a massacre was about to begin, Yunjoga's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to stop this tragedy from happening. But now that her cultivation base had disappeared, she was weaker than a chicken. How could she have the ability to fight back? At this critical moment, a group of masked men in gray robes sped over from afar. Each of them wielded a chilling long sword. The moment they landed, they began fighting with the soldiers. "It's the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is here to save us." When the villagers saw the group of men in gray robes, they were instantly invigorated. Some of the strong men even picked up their weapons and joined in the battle. Both sides were in a mess. "Unruly peasants, you're courting death." The black-robed emissary took out a black, withered claw and shot out a black-red beam of light at the villager who was charging at the front. That villager cried out in pain as he was instantly engulfed by the black-red beam of light. "Magic weapon!" Yunjoga nearly cried out. If there were magic weapons in this world, there should be cultivators too. If they were used well, there would be great benefits. After killing the villagers, the black-robed emissary revealed a smug smile. He wanted to use the same trick on those masked men in gray robes. However, a sword beam shot out from the leader's hand, chopping off the black-robed emissary's arm. The black-robed emissary let out a tragic cry. That withered claw and the magic weapon immediately fell to the ground along with his severed arm. They were snatched away by another gray-robed man. The situation was instantly reversed. The black-robed emissary and the soldiers were all killed. "We can't hide the black-robed emissary's matter. You have to leave immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late when the imperial court sends troops to massacre the village." The leader of the gray-robed men said to the villagers. "Boo-hoo-hoo. It's going to be winter soon. Where can we go?" "That's right. There's no farmland and no food. How can we survive?" When the villagers heard that they had to leave the place they relied on for survival, they began to cry. "Everyone, don't worry. Our Revolutionary Army has built a city in Mount Daqing. You can continue living there." The gray-robed leader consoled them. "Thank you, sir. We will follow you." The villagers knew that killing the black-robed emissary would not end well. All of them agreed to leave with the Revolutionary Army. "Sir, help me take a look at Tsuetsue. She hasn't reacted after being beaten. Could something have happened to her?" Tsuetsue's mother squeezed in with her child in her arms. The gray-robed leader glanced at the child and consoled her. "It's fine. She just awakened and hasn't adapted to her body's condition. She will be fine soon." Thank you. Tsuetsue's mother finally felt relieved as she carried her child. Yunjoga shrank into a corner, guessing the relationship between seeds, awakening, emissaries, and the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, Zi Shang warned, "Not good. We've been discovered." Yunjoga was alarmed. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The gray-robed leader suddenly turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Before he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yunjoga. Then, he looked at her and shouted in shock, "Woman, seed." What? Yunjoga was stunned. How did she become a seed? She really is a seed. A group of people surrounded her and looked at Yunjoga as if she was a monster. "Miss, you also escaped, right? How pitiful. You even broke your leg. Those damned bastards will suffer retribution sooner or later." Tsuetsue's mother cursed. Yunjoga looked at everyone's sympathetic eyes and wisely chose to shut her mouth. She was prepared to act according to the situation. Chapter 409. "Take her back and bandage her wounds," the leader in gray ordered. "Don't be afraid, with the Revolutionary Army around, those bastards won't be able to find trouble with you." Tsuetsue's mother called a few women to help Yunjoga into the house and started to clean her wounds. Yunjoga saw that these women were efficient and took out the right herbs, so she obediently bandaged their wounds. "Miss, do you not remember the past?" Tsuetsue's mother asked for a long time without getting any response, so she immediately found the reason for Yunjoga. She was just about to doze off and someone sent her a pillow. Yunjoga nodded without hesitation. "Those bastards must have fed you the water of oblivion. They want you to forget everything that happened in the past so they can do whatever they want." Yunjoga finally figured out the truth about the seed while Chui's mother was scolding him. It turned out that in this world, status was determined by the color of one's skin. The darker the skin, the lower the status. The lighter the skin, the higher the status. If one had fair skin, they could enter the palace to be a concubine. At first, everyone thought it was a great honor, so they would take good care of fair-skinned girls, hoping that they would be sent to the palace to be a noble by the time they turned 16. However, the soil here was very strange. Once a girl passed the age of 8, her skin would slowly turn gray. It was rare for a fair-skinned noble to live until 16. White-skinned nobles were very delicate. Not only did they have little strength, they were easily injured, and their bodies were very weak. They couldn't do any heavy work, so it was difficult for them to live until 16. However, although the fair-skinned nobles were physically weak, they were all very intelligent and had a high status in their families. Even if they didn't enter the palace, they could still lead their families to the top. Some especially powerful ones were not only the family's favorites, but they could even become popular in the whole village or town. Until one day, a rich family secretly hid a fair-skinned noble in their family, and the whole family was executed. Only then did everyone know that their pampered fair-skinned daughters weren't sent to the palace to be concubines, but to be the seeds of the devil. All of them died tragically in the palace. From then on, the number of fair-skinned women decreased rapidly. Other than those black-hearted people who wanted to trade their children for wealth, no one with a conscience was willing to send their pampered children to die in the palace. Even the white-skinned children would try their best to awaken into gray-skinned people when they grew up. The palace couldn't get enough white-skinned women, so they started to plunder them. They didn't even let off 8-year-old children who hadn't grown up. The imperial court was in chaos, and the people had no way to make a living. Those corrupt officials exploited the people in the name of searching for seeds, and they even found excuses to slaughter wantonly and seize their wealth. They were incomparably cruel. It was at this time that the Revolutionary Army appeared. They went around saving the white-skinned women, killing those cruel envoys and helping the people arrange a place to stay. Don't be afraid, young lady. Although it's a little difficult for you to awaken at this age, there are many capable people in the Revolutionary Army. They will definitely have a way to help you awaken. When the time comes, you'll turn into gray skin like us. You won't have to worry about being sent to the palace to be defiled. Tsuetsue's mother comforted her. Yunjoga was not a native, so how could he awaken? He could only remain silent. This place is very strange. Zishang's voice rang out again. The baleful aura on them is the same as the one in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. It's very likely that they're the descendants of the cultivators who were trapped in the Fiend Corp's secret realm. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to go to the palace to find clues. I have a feeling that the Emperor isn't looking for the white-skinned women just to be defiled. Even if you want to enter the palace, you'll have to wait until I recover my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll just be courting death. From the attitude of those soldiers, it was obvious that they didn't take the white-skinned people seriously. Of course. Zishang also needed to hurry up and recover. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to save Yunjoga in time. The gray-skinned people's medicine was very good. Yunjoga's broken bones healed very quickly. During this time, the Revolutionary Army had been helping Xiaogao village prepare to move. Every household packed everything they could use and carried them on their backs. They didn't even let a rotten pot go. After Yunjoga recovered, she followed the Revolutionary Army and the villagers to the deep mountains. The mountain path was steep, and it was difficult to walk. Not to mention, these villagers all had their families with them. Every one of them was carrying a few big bags. However, they walked like the wind and didn't look tired at all. Even Cui, who had just awakened, could carry her own little goat and follow behind the group. On the contrary, Yunjoga was the weakest cultivator. Cui's mother even comforted her, saying that she was much stronger than the ordinary white-skinned nobles. Before her daughter awakened, she would be exhausted after walking on flat ground for a few minutes, let alone carrying a little goat on a mountain path. Yunjoga originally thought that after he cultivated the 10,000 beasts art, his body was much stronger than a normal person's. However, in front of these gray-skinned aunties, it was nothing. Zishang, these gray-skinned people are too powerful. After awakening, they have great strength, never fall sick, and their reproductive ability is also very strong. They can be considered an excellent evolution. Why does the Emperor here classify the gray-skinned people as inferior people and the white-skinned people as superior? Yunjoga felt that it was very strange. These gray-skinned people were just normal people, and they were already so powerful. If they were good seedlings, wouldn't they be even more powerful? If they were trained well, they could definitely raise a very terrifying army. They would definitely be fought over by the big sects outside. I think it's strange too. I guess we can only find out the secret of this place after we enter the palace. Zishang had recovered a little after this period of time, but he still couldn't show himself and follow Yunjoga. If this place really is related to the Fiend Corp's hidden realm, what if we can't leave in time for the hidden realm to open? Yunjoga was worried when he thought about this. There were only 7 days left until the Fiend Corp's hidden realm opened. Our lives are more important. Let's take it one step at a time. Zishang was not in a hurry. If worst came to worst, he could just stay here until the next time the Fiend Corp's hidden realm opened. I don't have that much time to waste in this damn place. Yunjoga thought about it and decided to talk to the leader of the rebel army. If they could come to an agreement, it would be even better. With the help of Cui's mother, Yunjoga finally got the chance to meet the leader of the rebel army. After dinner, Cui's mother brought Yunjoga to a tent. She whispered, "The leader is inside. If you have any problems, talk to him. He will definitely help you." "Thank you." Yunjoga smiled at Cui's mother gratefully and walked into the tent alone. There was a tall, muscular man standing inside. He wore a bronze mask, so his face could not be seen. His voice was also very cold. "I heard you wanted to talk to me about something." "Yes, leader." Although I have lost my memory, I still vaguely remember that there is a very important sister among the white-skinned people who were captured with me. I want to go back and save her. Please help me. Yoon-joga looked at the leader with sincerity. Chapter 4:10. You want to go back? The leader was taken aback. He had never seen a white-skinned woman who had escaped the clutches of a demon and then returned. Yes. Yoon-joga nodded vigorously and said righteously, the emperor is cruel and the people have no way to make a living. I don't want others to suffer like me. She did not believe that the leader of the rebel army did not want to overthrow the tyranny and sit on the highest position. The leader's eyes flashed with a strange light. He sized Yoon-joga up as if he had just met her, then said, but if you enter the harem, you are likely to die. Death is inevitable. Death can be as heavy as Mount Tai, or as light as a feather. It depends on how you use it, Yoon-joga said firmly. In order to leave this damned place as soon as possible, she had to enter the palace and find out the truth as soon as possible. Good. The leader could not help but clap his hands and praise her. He said, since you have such a great ambition, I will definitely help you achieve your wish. Thank you, leader. I hope you can arrange for me to enter the palace as soon as possible. Yoon-joga bowed and left the tent. The leader stood in place for a moment and then said, what do you think? This Miss Yoon has great ambition. She is admirable. A clear voice sounded. A man in a black robe and a white mask appeared in the originally empty tent. Could she be sent from the other side? The leader asked again. Probably not. This girl has no cultivation at all. Moreover, she has a strange poison in her body. Maybe she knows that she will not live for long, so she wants to sacrifice herself, the white-masked man said. In that case, send her to the palace and find someone to watch over her, the leader nodded. That lunatic had not obtained an adult seed for a long time. He would be very satisfied to see this Miss Yoon. I'll follow your orders. The white-masked man bowed and left. In a tent not far from the leader, Yoon-joga was taking a nap. After the person watching her left, she called out to the mark, Zishang, have you found any clues? The leader's cultivation is in the foundation establishment stage. He has a black-robed messenger with him who is in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. They have already made plans to send you to the palace tomorrow. Zishang had just recovered a little of his cultivation when he was forced by Yoon-joga to eavesdrop. It seems that the true identity of this rebel army leader is not simple. He was even able to hook up with the black-robed emissary who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The black-robed envoy that Yoon-joga had seen before was only at the second level of the chi refining stage. He must have a high status in the intermediate foundation establishment stage. These are none of your business. Quickly lie down. I'll help you unblock your meridians and see if I can suppress the poison. Compared to these, Zishang was more worried about Yoon-joga's health. Okay. Yoon-joga quickly lay down. A moment later, a familiar aura entered her meridians from the mark. After circulating for a while, it returned to her dantian. Although the chaotic toxins did not disappear, the spiritual energy in her dantian finally came out a little, and she could finally open the storage bag. Yoon-joga took out a bottle of spirit-strengthening pills from the magical bottomless bag and swallowed a whole bottle. The spiritual energy in her elixir field grew a lot stronger. At the very least, she could control a wicked blade to fly. Don't take out the evil blades so easily to avoid arousing suspicion. Didn't you concoct a lot of knockout pills and poison pills before? Just use those to protect yourself. Zishang said. All right. Yoon-joga took out the knockout pills and poison pills and hid them well. She then asked Zishang, "Do you want to take some spiritual pills to replenish your energy? Your spiritual pills are useless to me. You'll be doing me a great favor if you rest well." As long as Zishang recuperated well in the mark, the recovery effect would not be worse than taking a spiritual pill. "Okay, then I'll sleep." Yunjoga was indeed tired, and she fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Yunjoga was arranged to sit in a low-key carriage, separated from the villagers of Xiaogao village. In addition to the silent coachman, there was a short, chubby elderly lady with gray skin who was dressed very well. Her cultivation was at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. The chubby elderly lady's eyes were not big, but they were very sharp. Ordinary people would not dare to look at them directly. Unfortunately, Yunjoga was not an ordinary person, so she asked calmly, "You must be the elderly lady sent by the leader to serve me." The word "serve" made the chubby elderly lady's eyelids twitch, but she still replied respectfully, "My surname is Wang. You can call me Elderly Lady Wang." "Elderly Lady Wang, thank you for taking care of me along the way." Yunjoga smiled faintly. She had recovered some of her cultivation, and she was not really going to enter the palace to sacrifice herself, so she did not think much of Elderly Lady Wang. Elderly Lady Wang had not seen a white-skinned woman like Yunjoga for many years. She originally wanted to show her strength, but now she immediately changed her attitude and tried to please her. It turned out that the leader had arranged a fake identity for Yunjoga. She was a noble lady from a small city with the surname Yun, and was specially sent to the palace in exchange for glory and wealth. "Miss Yun, the great Zhou dynasty has not seen a white-skinned noble lady like you for a long time. You will definitely be appreciated by the emperor this time." Elderly Lady Wang smiled flatteringly. "What kind of person is the current emperor?" Yunjoga asked curiously. Elderly Lady Wang laughed bitterly and said, "People of our status are not qualified to meet the emperor. In fact, the great Zhou dynasty's emperor, who was obsessed with white-skinned noble ladies, rarely appeared in front of people. Even when he appeared, he wore a black mask. Even the imperial court officials did not know what he looked like." A mask again. Yunjoga remembered the bronze mask worn by the leader. It seemed that this was a local characteristic. Elderly Lady Wang continued to talk about some precautions when entering the palace. There weren't too many rules in the palace. The only thing one had to pay attention to was not to be curious and not to walk around carelessly in the palace. As for the rest of the clothing, food, housing, and transportation, they were very casual, unlike the human race who had rules for eating, dressing, and traveling. Yunjoga fell asleep with Elderly Lady Wang's nagging. She arrived at the capital the next afternoon. The capital here was very prosperous. There were many shops, and people came and went. Most of the well-dressed people had light gray skin, but all of them were wearing makeup. It was indescribably strange. Although Yunjoga was a white-skinned person, she could not enter the palace directly. She had to report to the camp of the black-robed messenger. The leader of the black-robed messenger was an old man with graying temples who was at the 12th level of the qi refining stage. When he saw Yunjoga, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a treasure. He said in disbelief, "Such a good seed." After that, he wanted to pull her sleeve to see if she was really a white-skinned person. Presumptuous. Yunjoga avoided the black-robed messenger and said to Elderly Lady Wang in displeasure, "Why did you send me to such a strange place? I didn't expect it to be like this. Please forgive me, young Mississippi." Elderly Lady Wang quickly begged for mercy. Then she turned to the black-robed messenger and scolded him rudely, "How dare you offend a noble lady? Do you believe that I won't report this and skin you alive?" You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.